Okay, good evening, everybody, or good morning, good night, whatever, depending on where you are in the world. So this is episode 69. We're actually a little bit early, so I don't know what we'll talk about for the first 10 minutes, but I normally start these at the top of the hour every Thursdays, as the name of the title implies. This is Tech Thursdays. This is the 69th episode in a row so far, and we talk, for those of you that are new, we talk about PC, desktop primarily. That's usually what we talk about every week. So that could be anything from graphics cards, CPUs, motherboards. As you guys can see on the screen, we're about to talk about a bunch of motherboards here, with the new upcoming Zen 5 launch, the Ryzen 9000. Also laptops to a lesser extent, and gaming hardware. So it could be peripherals like gaming monitors, creator monitors, that sort of thing. So, and we also answer a lot of questions live. So if you guys have any PC, like if you're building a PC for the first time, or if you're building a PC and you haven't done one in a while and you want to ask a question about a certain component or whatever, feel free to ask that live. I would say probably some of the best content that comes from these live streams is actually answering viewer questions pertaining to building a PC. So don't be shy. My regular viewers typically are very well versed in this specific area. So rest assured you get a very good answer regardless. So with that being said, like I said, we are starting a little bit early this week. So I guess the main thing, nothing really changed. The main thing I want to talk about this week is probably going to be laptops, although that might bore some people. So we're not going to spend too much time talking about laptops. But the new Ryzen AI based laptops are coming soon. Earlier this month, we saw the Snapdragon X Elite laptops hit the market. So those are probably the most interesting thing. I do want to say, I do feel like 2024, when it comes to technology, 2024, when we look back on this year from the future, looking back at this point in time, I do think that mobility is going to be a talking point long term. This is the year that Qualcomm's making a really big push into the laptop mobile space with their ARM-based CPU, the Snapdragon CPU, the X Elite. I don't know if you've been living under a rock, or you're looking at buying a laptop. I mean, you probably at some point, unless you really don't know anything about the technology, the laptop market has seen an influx of ARM-based designs from Qualcomm, and that's probably the most interesting aspect of the mobile market this year is the ARM-based Snapdragon laptops from Qualcomm. And then other than that, Ryzen AI, it's really weird seeing AMD. Like this year, AMD, I want to say they kind of double launched, because it feels like it was almost yesterday that AMD launched the Ryzen 8040 laptop series. It's like the mobile chips based off of Zen 4 Plus, like the 8700G, for example, on desktop. But the mobile variants, those launched earlier this year. It was like spring of this year. And then all of a sudden, it's like Qualcomm's like, hey, we got Snapdragon X Elite. And then Intel announces Lunar Lake, but that's not slated for later this year. So we will revisit that one later. And that one's pretty interesting too, what Intel's doing. Intel is essentially, I know I'm simplifying it by saying this, but Intel's essentially copying Apple. The Intel Lunar Lake is actually very similar to the M4. Overall, it's like a system on a chip with RAM bolted on right next to the CPU. So it's basically an SoC, very much like the M4. They're also axing hyperthreading, so whereas Apple never had hyperthreading. So Intel CPUs are really kind of becoming a lot like Apple CPUs in that regard, but they're still x86. So Lunar Lake is going to be some pretty interesting stuff to look at later this year, in the form of very energy efficient x86 based CPU for mobile. But Ryzen, AMD was like, okay, they launched 8040, and then all of a sudden it's like they're double launching. And since when does AMD double launch? Typically, Intel double launches on desktop when they go straight up panic mode, like they did in 2021 when they launched 11th gen back in like May of 2021, and everyone was calling it a waste of silicon. So then they panic and they launch 12th gen Alder Lake, like they pull it forward by like a quarter or two, and they launch it like in the exact same year, in like Q4. So Intel did a double launch in 2021. They also did a double launch in 2017 because they panicked in response to Ryzen. So, but this time around, it's interesting because AMD is actually doing a double launch. So the question is AMD doing this in response to, the way I see it, they're doing it in response to one of three things, or maybe all of the above, or maybe none of the above. But one of the things is obviously Qualcomm. Number two, the AI market. They're literally rebranding the mobile chips to Ryzen AI. In fact, I was going to talk about that, but we're kind of skipping ahead here. But essentially, Ryzen AI is now the name of their mobile line. It wasn't like that until now. And that's the Zen 5 based laptop cores. So they literally launched like the Zen 4.5 this year. And it's like now they're launching the Zen 5 ones immediately. It's like they're launching literally this month. At the end of this month, the Zen 5 based laptops will start hitting the market. Now, they're not really going to be a whole lot of them. It's mostly going to be Asus. I don't know who else is launching Ryzen AI based laptops this month other than Asus, maybe Acer or somebody else. But I know Asus has the ProArt series coming. There's also Vivo and the ZenBook. So Asus is probably the primary source of all these new Ryzen AI laptops. But these are pretty interesting because they are the first monolithic. Not only are they monolithic, they also include, not only do they include the NPU, just like the Qualcomm, just like Lunar Lake and Apple, they've got their XDNA 2 NPU with 50 TOPS, but they also have two types of CPU cores. A lot of people don't know that. So they have 12 cores, 24 threads, so all the cores have SMT or hyperthreading, but hyperthreading is an Intel terminology, so we'll say SMT, but it's the same thing. So they basically, all of them are P cores with hyperthreading, and they all, like, 8 of them are your standard Zen 5 cores. So as it shows in this diagram, these darker reddish, pinkish ones, these are the normal Zen 5 cores. Then they have these additional 4 cores down here, which are called Zen 5C. So these are the cloud compute-based cores, like the ones found in the Bergamo 128 core in the EPYC line, the single socket solution. So they're bringing kind of a heterogeneous core type architecture to mobile with this Ryzen AI chip. Like, this is something that they haven't done before. So that's interesting because they're able to bring up the core count, kind of like what Intel did with Alder Lake when they introduced big core, little core. You could think of this, it's almost like there's big core and medium core with these new Ryzen Zen 5 base CPU cores. But yeah, that is interesting. So overall, I would say mobility is a very interesting landscape this year in terms of a lot of different designs, a lot of different CPU vendors competing with each other. It's not just AMD versus Intel anymore in the Windows space. Now you have Qualcomm in there. And then obviously Apple's still industry leader when it comes to single thread performance with the M4. And there's a rumor that NVIDIA is going to enter the CPU market next year. So with their own ARM-based CPUs. So soon you'll have 2 x86 CPUs, meaning you have Intel and you have AMD. And then right now we have Qualcomm with their ARM-based CPU, but soon we'll also have NVIDIA. If NVIDIA decides to bring their ARM-based CPU cores into the mobile market, then we will also have NVIDIA as the fourth. Windows, assuming they are going to go Windows, because obviously they can't go Apple. That's Apple's ecosystem. But you'll have NVIDIA, Qualcomm, AMD, and Intel. You'll have 2 ARM and 2 x86 CPU vendors in the Windows mobile space, which I think is fascinating because we have needed this sort of thing, this sort of mix-up in the industry for a very long time. I can't help but think of the previous decade where there was basically a stagnation period from 2012, like from the end of 2012, well, technically, we'll just say from 2012 all the way to 2017. You had like 5 years essentially of stagnation. It wasn't until AMD brought Ryzen out in 2017 that things, the ball got rolling again in the desktop market. So it's interesting to see the mobile market get shaken up, because even though AMD has had a pretty good run with CPUs in mobile in terms of efficiency across the board, they never really captured much market share in mobile because they were always restricted by supply. So because they were so dependent on TSMC for chips, they can only manufacture so many. So they kind of have to pick and choose their battles in terms of where they're going to allocate the volume, like how much percentage is going to go to mobile, how much percentage is going to go to GPU or discrete, how much is going to go to desktop, how much is going to go to server. So obviously the lion's share is going to go to server, and the rest of it's going to be a mixed bag of some sort of consumer device. So, and then you also have like custom silicon, like the consoles, for example, so Sony and Microsoft. So AMD has always been kind of restricted in that regard. So they've had a hard time getting volume to compete with Intel directly, and that's the reason why Intel has maintained their dominant position over the several years now, where they've kind of fallen behind AMD, especially on the efficiency front in the mobile space. Keep in mind, we're talking about the mobile space here. We will talk about desktop here in a little bit. That's where we're going to spend most of this stream. But we're talking about mobile right now for those that are tuning in recently here. I know we're supposed to start at the top of the hour. We kind of start about like 9-10 minutes early. But we're kind of rehashing what was talked about in Computex for the mobile. Get them Intel sticker off. Well, there's a lot of people saying like Intel's in big trouble. I don't think Intel's in... Well, let's put it this way. Long-term, Intel could be in big trouble. But short-term, I don't think we're going to see much of a difference overall. Intel is probably definitely concerned because their market share is definitely threatened. For sure, it's threatened. Because the Qualcomm has a lot of capacity. And they're making a very, very heavy push. One that we've never actually seen before. I know ARM Designs have tried to get into the Windows market time and time again, and they've never really made much of a dent into the x86 market. But I think things might be different this time around, especially if NVIDIA decides to enter the CPU market next year, as the rumors seem to indicate. It's not volume problem. Laptop OEMs haven't given AMD the premium space. Commercial laptop space. The commercial laptop space. Are you referring to... So, when I think... Okay, what about enterprise? What about enterprise space? Because I think the lion's share of the OEM market is actually in enterprise. So, like, for example, a lot of companies will lease... They'll do like a 3-year lease or a 5-year lease, but typically it's a 3-year lease for laptops. So, for example, a company might go to Dell and they might lease, let's say this company has 4,000 employees globally. So they might have a contract with Dell to get 4,000 laptops plus some spares or whatever, and some lab machines or whatever if there's some tech company. So they'll lease for 3 years, like Dell laptops from Dell. Like that is kind of where I see a lot of the big money for the mobile space, because those contracts renew every 3 years. So that's basically recurring revenue. That's cash flow for like Lenovo, Dell, HP, Asus, whoever else. So, that is where I think AMD needs the wins, personally. Dell has no AMD enterprise laptops. Well, I wouldn't say they have no enterprise laptops. You only really have HP, Lenovo, and HP. Oh, Dell has no. Okay, I thought. Okay, Dell has no AMD. You only really have HP and Lenovo, and HP only had more recently started giving AMD premium space. Yeah. Okay, because I'm aware. So I know what you mean by AMD has never had like the the desktop replacement market. So like a workstation, like like a Lenovo P15V or a Lenovo P16 or a Lenovo T14S. You know, like AMD has been in the 14-inch, 13-inch, even 15-inch market, but never like the desktop replacement, the mobile workstation. That is where, until recently, they are now, at least with Lenovo, but they've had a hard time in that area, and I think that's where I feel like until they get into that market, which they are now, then then the OEMs will start adding more AMD stuff to AMD chips to a lot of their different product lines. But yeah, AMD has been in the gaming laptop market for a while. Like the Lenovo Legion, the HP Omen, Dell Alienware, or the Dell, I think it was the Alienware. I forget what the Dell one was called. But no, they've had AMD Ryzen-based gaming laptops for a long time now, for several generations. Especially like with the Lenovo Legion. Dell's the only holdout. AMD had the option available, but OEMs chose to go with Intel because of what's the MDF dump truck? What is that? Is that some kind of rebate program that Intel has? Because I know Intel does like a whole bunch of... Intel has a bunch of like... I don't want to say underhanded tactics. Some people are going to say it's underhanded and it's shady Intel deals. But Intel has a program. Well, should I say this live? I don't know if I want to say this. Let's just say Intel has a program where if you're an OEM, like let's say you're Dell, and AMD approaches you, and AMD's like, hey, you want to test out like our CPUs for your future laptops for like next year? And Dell's like, okay, yeah, sure. If Intel catches wind of that, Intel has a program where they will literally go to Dell or whoever this is. I'm just using Dell as an example. It doesn't have to be them, but it could be them. And they're like, hey, we're going to match. It's like, what is AMD's price? Like, what are they charging for these CPUs? And then if Dell will be like, assuming they're truthful and they're not trying to just like BS some number so that Intel like low balls, like goes really, really low on the price per CPU or whatever, volume sale. But Intel does have a program where they literally will like match or like try to compete with AMD strictly on price to prevent their OEM partner from going to AMD, from switching sides essentially. So it's a money thing, guys. Like a lot of people think, oh, Intel's, it's Intel being shady. They were caught red-handed in the past, and they were in a legal battle with AMD. They had to pay damages or whatever. It's like, yeah, everybody knows that at this point, unless you have no idea what you're talking about with technology. But most people should know that by now. Anyone who watches this channel should know that sort of stuff. But it's like, yeah, that was all in the past, guys. That was like, what, 15 years ago or whatever? So Intel still has their volume rebate partner program, whatever you want to call it, to try to prevent AMD from making inroads. This is how competition works. People can call that playing dirty or whatever, but that is what Intel does. Like, that is a well-known fact. Intel snake oil salesman video didn't age well. Yeah, but that's more of like that's like a marketing thing. What I'm describing isn't even a marketing thing. What I'm describing is a sales tactic. So within companies, so a lot of people don't understand that there's a difference between marketing and sales. The marketing team is a completely different entity from the sales organization within a company. The sales organization has control over pricing, so discount percentage for volume deals, business to business, that sort of thing. That's what the salespeople do. The marketing people, those are the sort of people that will make up the nonsense like the Intel snake oil stuff, like that kind of thing. That's what the marketing people do. But technically speaking, the marketing people are actually more aligned with the engineering group, because in most organizations, the marketing people are more like, they're kind of in the same unit as the actual engineering team. They're not engineers necessarily. They're not the ones that are designing the chips, obviously, but they're the ones that are what you would say. I would call them more like tech evangelists. They're the ones that go out and like get the word out on the product. They're not involved in the sales process per se. So they're not the ones who determine like how much it costs or how much discount we'll give you. If you're HP, like, do you have a legacy with us? You know, like, are you a loyal company or loyal partner? That sort of thing. They're not going to determine that. That's like all sales stuff. But anyway, you are talking about the MDF dump truck. The what? Oh, the sales, the oil, the snake oil. The snake oil is a dump truck. Oh, is that what you're talking about? The marketing? I don't think these companies work around 3 years in advance. No, yeah, they do. But yeah, Legion and Victus are the only two long-term AMD brands you can think of. Legion has offered AMD and Intel for a very long time. But see, when I think of the ones that actually, so Legion is a good gaming brand, but I would say the one that really matters would be ThinkPad, if we're talking Lenovo. Like, ThinkPad and ThinkStation are the real deal when it comes to OEMs. Like, if AMD Ryzen is in ThinkPad and ThinkStation, and they are, just FYI, they are, because my daily driver ThinkPad is a Ryzen 6000 based laptop with USB 4, and I've had it for almost 2 years now. So, yeah, if they're in that market, then they actually are, like, really, really making inroads into the mobile space. So, now it's not thin and light, but they also are in thin and light. Thin and light is kind of easy to get into. It's like what Shadow was saying. It's that premium stuff, like the enterprise desktop replacements, the laptops that have the big batteries and the big CPU, the big mobile CPUs, like 45-watt TDP, for example, like those things, your H-series CPUs. So, it's funny because when Lenovo came out with the P620, yeah, the P620 is a Threadripper ThinkStation. Yes, AMD Threadripper, they literally stole so much share from Dell and HP in that space that it forced both Dell and HP. I don't think HP ever got one though. I know Dell did. Dell got a precision, what was the name? It was like Precision 4850 something, whatever. The Dell Precision something. I know that Dell got a Threadripper workstation. It's Precision Series something from Dell. I don't know what the HP one was. I know Lenovo has the P620 ThinkStation. There is an HP Z. Okay, well, I wasn't aware of the HP one. I know there was a Dell one, though. I know of the Dell and the Lenovo one. Because I actually really like the ThinkStation chassis. Like, that case that Lenovo uses for Threadripper, that's actually a really nice case. Like, I'm not someone who buys pre-builds, but man, that ThinkStation from Lenovo is really nice. That's a really nice desktop case. They literally have fans for the RAM sticks as well on that thing. So they've got active cooling for the RAM on the ThinkStation. So a lot of people think like these pre-builds are trash compared to a build it yourself. When you're paying for like a Threadripper system, it's a little different. It's a little different when you're buying an enterprise grade workstation. They actually put a lot of effort into it. Z6, well, let's look at some of these actually. Well, I wasn't expecting to talk too much about that. I did want to talk about the mobile stuff a little bit because we do have these coming out soon. The Asus ProArt. The ProArt series is really trying to take market share away from Apple, even though it's Windows based. And also at the same time, they're trying to take away from like Lenovo's ThinkPad and IdeaPad series. Because Asus, I don't know where Asus stands. And I know we're kind of changing topic here, talking about Asus now, but Asus has been that brand that I've always wondered, like, what is Asus's market share when it comes to laptops? because I would think that they're not that big, but I could be wrong. They're probably very big in Asia, I would imagine, like in Taiwan, in their home country. They probably have a very large presence, but I don't know if Asus is that big in the European Union or if they're really that large. Like for the laptops. Now forget about motherboards on desktop. We're talking about laptops, Asus laptops. Like I don't think they're that big, but they're making a really big push with these Ryzen AI laptops. And you know what's funny? I was listening to some of the people, these tech channels talking about the mobile, trying to evaluate the mobile. And you know, the general theme that I'm hearing from these other tech channels talking about, like, when they summarize the mobile landscape, this is what they say. This is what they say. Now, keep in mind, this is not me. This is coming from, like, summarizing other channels and just regurgitating what they say. This is what they say. Snapdragon, best battery life, relies on emulation. AMD, best overall CPU, probably going to be the one for all the gaming laptops this year. Intel, the most energy efficient x86 on mobile that they've ever seen, referring to Lunar Lake. System on a chip, basically copy-paste of Apple. And then finally you have Apple M4, which is still the single-thread king, but it is limited to the Apple iOS, so you're not going to be using that with Windows. Unless you're doing virtualization, you're running it in a VM, dual boot, but, you know, and a lot of people do that. So those are the four. And the way I can't help but think everyone thinks that AMD Ryzen AI is like the gaming laptop CPU now. Like, how did that happen? It doesn't help, but reinforce that narrative further. The fact that when you look at all these OEMs, we saw at Computex there were a lot of Ryzen AI based laptops that are gonna go into thin and light, that are high performance, like this ProArt P16 and also the 13-inch. And the funny thing is, all of these new Ryzen AI laptops, these are the ones that are coming with the NVIDIA RTX 40 series graphics cards in these laptops. So you got AMD Ryzen, well, or let's call it Ryzen AI, plus RTX NVIDIA GeForce. So you got that combo versus Snapdragon and then its own integrated GPU versus Intel Arrow Lake with its Intel Arc Battle Mage thing. Because, you know, Intel, we want to be fully integrated and we're having to pay for TSMC wafers. So it's like we're going to make our own stuff and try to double dip. And then you've got Apple with, you know, they're still doing their same thing with the M series. So yeah, that's the landscape. So it's really weird. It's really weird, but everybody thinks that like Ryzen AI is like a gaming laptop now. I can't help but think that people think that Ryzen AI is a gaming laptop processor. It literally has AI in the name, and it's like everyone thinks this is a gaming laptop processor. Like, that's the general trend from, like, nobody thinks the other three are like gaming processors. They think like, speaking of Intel, right? Like everyone thinks like Lunar Lake is supposed to be a thin and light, 20-hour battery life, whatever, competing with Snapdragon. And it's like if you want an Intel-based gaming laptop, you're going to be buying previous 14th gen or 13th gen or whatever the Raptor Lake in mobile is, or Meteor Lake or something. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. That's why this year is so weird when it comes to mobile. It's hilariously entertaining because you have this is why I like having 4 CPU vendors in the mobile space, because you have them literally all over the place. People's interpretations of them are completely wrong, except maybe saying that Snapdragon has the best battery life. Like, that's like the one thing that I guess is partially true. Everything else is wrong. But, I mean, yeah, it's like they announced a bunch of laptops with Ryzen AI, so I guess people are like, oh, that must mean they're all gaming laptops. But these ProArts from Asus are going to be like the first ones that are going to be the most scrutinized in terms of review samples. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what reviewers say. Like how Ryzen AI compares against Snapdragon X Elite, because that's going to be like the biggest comparison. All throughout August, what I expect to see for those that review mobile hardware like this Asus Pro Art, is going to be this versus like Snapdragon from last month. And then whatever Apple thing they want to compare to, whatever M series they have on hand. And then if Meteor Lake is around, if they're going to do a Meteor Lake comparison. So we'll see what happens there. Valorant and CSGO, why not? Those games are not hard to run. Those games are extremely easy to run. So yeah, that would work. What do you think an ARM desktop CPU would look like? I mean, it would just... That's an interesting question because I never actually thought about that. It would probably just look like it depends on if they do like a socketed approach, because I think what we would see on desktop would be a OEM only small form factor desktop. And when I say small form factor, I mean like really small form factor. I'm talking like Intel NUC size. So like this. So this CPU box with a Ryzen 9 processor in it, this would be the desktop computer. Like the ARM computer would be as big as this box. Like this is it. Like an Intel NUC. This thing would be the entire ARM desktop. Like you'd have your USB and all that stuff right here on the side. You'd have your vents on the back or whatever. That basically would be it. This would be an ARM-based desktop. And it would not be a socket. You cannot pull the ARM CPU out. It's soldered. The memory would be soldered. You can't upgrade the memory. It would basically be like a laptop without any of the other peripherals, like no keyboard built in, no display, that kind of stuff. You'd have to plug in your own monitor. You have to plug in your own keyboard and mouse. So that's what I would think they would do if they were going to bring it to an actual desktop form factor. It would be a mini PC. Yes, what Nero said, yes. That's what it would be. Will it have a handle to carry? I mean, it could. I don't know if it would need one. I think if it's going to be this small, it wouldn't need a handle. Like, it would just sit on a desk, Like, it would literally just look like a docking station for a laptop without the need for the laptop. That's basically what it would be. No, it wouldn't even be ITX. It would be some custom small... It would be like a non-standard OEM-only system that, Acer or somebody would be selling. So... Because Qualcomm would have to work with their partners that sell the laptops, essentially. So it'd be like Asus would put out one. Asus, Acer, those guys. I mean, it does make a lot of sense. Well, it doesn't really make much sense, to be honest. Like, I don't see ARM coming to in a desktop form factor anytime soon. Because why would it need to come to desktop? Like, desktop is so small in percentage of the overall market that I don't think that's something that's on Qualcomm's radar. Like, I could be wrong. Maybe they have a plan to do it, or they have like some reference, some small form factor design, or even if it's just like an engineering test unit prior to them even having their reference laptop. Maybe they've already done that sort of research, but I don't see them doing it, because the whole story, like ARM's claim to fame is energy efficiency. So, and on desktop, how much does energy efficiency matter if you can't, like, the thing with ARM is ARM doesn't scale up the same way x86 is. When you blast power into x86, you get a lot more performance up to a certain point. I don't think ARM scales the same way. I think I could be completely wrong in saying this, but my assumption is ARM's architecture functions in such a way that it plateaus in terms of its performance much sooner than x86. It's less scalable. It's more energy efficient. It performs very well at low power, but as soon as you start raising the power, you're not really getting that much in return in terms of performance uplifts. So I don't see it coming to desktop. At least not in the next 3 to 5 years. Maybe 10 years from now, when other people are switching to ARM, maybe we'll start seeing ARM really take off in desktop. But that's so far off from now. It's too hard to make any sort of accurate statement on that. AMD and Intel already have the mini PC space saturated. I mean, I think we would probably be seeing an ARM-based gaming handheld before we see an ARM desktop. Problem is, POS software is ancient and getting it working on ARM would be a pain. Yeah, and desktop is not really... Desktop is such a small market, guys. Like a lot of gamers who game on PC on the desktop, they don't actually understand like how small that market is compared to laptop. I've said this in a previous stream. I'll say it again for those that had never heard this story. Like I remember when this was a couple of years back when I was talking with like coworkers. And they're like, well, what do you do? What do you do outside of work? And I'm like, well, I like to overclock CPUs. You know, like I like to build PCs, like, you know, desktop PCs. And they were like, you know, they looked at me kind of funny, like, desktop? Like, what? What's a desktop? Like, what? And I'm like, you know, the tower, the thing that sits on the desk or sits under the desk. And they're like, wait, you mean those things from the 1990s? And I'm like, yeah, the desktop with Windows, it has like a monitor and a mouse and a keyboard. And they're like, what? You have one of those things? You still use those things? Those things are old, man. Those things are from like the 1990s. Really? You use a desktop? You use a desktop? That's so old. And I'm like, no. They still make them. Like, they're new. They're like modern. And, you know, like I was explaining, you know, desktops are still a thing. And they're like, they couldn't comprehend like what I'm talking about. Like, they're like, why would anybody use a desktop, man? Like, laptops are so much more useful. They're mobile. You can carry them with you. You can travel with them. You can't haul around a big desktop and a monitor and all this stuff. Like, let alone one monitor. What do you have 3 monitors? So, you know, anyway. So the desktop space is really small. It's a very niche market. In the professional space, it makes sense. But most creators that are using desktops that are owned by their employer, they're typically using some form of workstation. So, like if they work in film, for example, if they're editing Hollywood, like if they're working on a Marvel film, for example, they're going to be using either a Threadripper-based system or an Intel Xeon-based system. Like they're not going to be using a 7950X3D or worse, a 14900K, especially with all the instability issues. Like they aren't going to be using that garbage. That's trash tier. You know, like no one's going to use a 14900K if they work for like a Hollywood video editing studio. You know, they're going to be using like Threadripper or Xeon. They're not going to be using some garbage. Maybe they're using Apple. Maybe some studios do use Apple. Actually, a lot of studios use Apple for video editing because I'm talking about like Apple desktops, guys. Like not Apple laptops. We're talking Apple desktops. So, yeah. No one's using some garbage i9 or some trash Ryzen. No, they're using either Threadripper, Xeon, or like an Apple desktop. Like that, for real. This is real talk. I'm telling you guys, this is the real industry. So when we talk desktop in the real, like, professional setting is very niche. It's, like, even more niche within the desktop niche. Because it's workstation or it's, like, non-existent in a lot of that area. So all this stuff about, like speaking of Intel's 14900K, 13900K, you know, like the terrible like instability problems with this thing, for example. These 14900Ks are having stability problems, and Intel's not really, they're remaining silent, which is kind of hilarious because it's just like the fire is getting, the conflagration around them is just building up even more. And I just think of that meme with the dog sitting there with the fire. This is fine. Like that's Intel right now. This is fine. And then there's like all this stuff, and you know, Gamers Nexus is gonna be on them soon with the story. So you know, it's only a matter of time. I don't know what they should do. I don't think, like, if you want my opinion, I've already said what to do to fix the crashes, but that's not it's not an absolute fix. You know, it's a mitigation. The actual fix is probably going to be an RMA. It's probably going to have to be a support ticket with Intel, and they're going to have to send a replacement. And I don't even think they have an actual fix yet. I expect Intel will probably have a permanent fix in the form of a new stepping revision, and they'll probably have that out probably end of August, maybe sometime in September, who knows. So, yeah, and I don't know how they're going to communicate it. It's a big headache for them. But, yeah, it's unfortunate is what it is. But yeah, speaking of desktops are very niche. Like, they're very small, and a lot of people are saying, oh, Intel needs to announce a recall. No, Intel does not need to announce a recall, and Intel will not issue a recall, because this is such a small, like I said earlier, because desktop is so small in scope, and probably the most impacted users of these CPUs are actually business customers, not actual individual gamers. Like, Intel doesn't care about the gamer who's having, like, a problem, like they're doing shader compilation in Lords of the Fallen or Dragon's Dogma, and the computer is crashing and blue screening on them, and they don't understand what's going on, not knowing that their CPU is actually defective. You know, like, Intel doesn't care about that person. Like, it's like, yeah, they'll do the RMA, assuming the owner of the CPU knows how to do the RMA process. It's like, yeah, they'll issue the RMA, but at the end of the day, it's the business customers who literally bought like hundreds of, if not thousands of these in bulk, in tray purchases. They're the ones who are going to be taken care of first. So business to business always has priority versus business to consumer. So that's the sort of thing that's going to happen. So Intel has kept quiet. Same thing will happen on AMD 900. What do you mean? What same thing? So I guess we're kind of done with the laptops, or is there more that I want to say on this? ProArt P16. This is probably going to be the first one that I see a lot of reviews, or I expect to see a lot of reviews on. But other than that, I mean, it's interesting because we're seeing like two different launches of mobile CPUs from AMD in 1 year. You know, they launched the Zen 4 Plus, the 8040. Now, like, Ryzen AI is launching almost immediately, like a few months after. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. How do you figure AMD will have the same issue? They don't use Intel Foundry. Yeah, I think you're misinformed on that. There is no issue with AMD CPUs. That's not the same problem. I don't even know what problem you're referring to when it comes to the Ryzen CPU. There is no issue. So, okay. I think that was this story. Intel is now under hot water as the firm fails to address the customer and client concerns. Yeah, the problem's going to come in the form of the actual business customers about this. But it will happen to 9,000. How? Can you explain how it's going to happen to 9,000? I already have my theory on this. Here, let's Hold up. The problem's not overclocking, dude. The problem with the Intel CPU has nothing to do with overclocking. Just FYI. Overclocking makes the problem happen faster, though. Okay, so it sounds like someone doesn't understand what the actual problem is with the Intel CPUs. So we're going to talk about the problem with the Intel CPUs and how it's an actual hardware defect and has nothing to do with overclocking. So the problem with the Intel CPU, so for those that don't know what this is an Intel 14/13 900K CPU die, basically with all the labels on all the components. So this is a Raptor Cove. That means that it's Raptor Lake core. This is a P core. This is a single P core. So this is another one, another one, another one. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are the 8 P cores. Okay. So these are the 8 P cores up here and down here. That is not where the problem is. You can boost these all the way to 6 gigahertz and you will never, these cores do not have the problem. It means if you're afraid that you're boosting your cores, I'm sorry, but that is not related to the problem. The problem is not the Raptor Cove cores. So meaning I can overclock this to, I can make these two go to 6 gigahertz and I'll never run into the problem. The problem has nothing to do with the Raptor Cove. Just FYI, okay? So that's number one. So I can overclock these, and I don't have to worry about anything breaking down or whatever, because that's not the source of the problem. See, that's not where the problem lies. Now, ultimately, what they're going to have to do to fix the problem, though, because it is a hardware problem, there is a serious hardware problem with the design. And part of the reason, I would say, is probably to heat density and electron migration happening in the VCCSA area, which means the failure is actually happening in the area pertaining to the compute fabric. This is where the root of the problem lies, which means it could be anywhere in the middle of the Raptor Lake CPU. This is the reason why when people disable, I forgot to label these. So this is a Grace mod, also known as an E-core. So if you notice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These 8 are for an i5, like a 13600K. Now, if we add 4 more, we have 12. This is an i7 14700K. So this is a 14700K. This is an i7 14700K, not 13700K. 13700K only has these. It doesn't have this and this. Okay? Now, the i9 is unique in that it adds an additional 4 on the end here. So now you have a total of 16. You have 8 down here and you have 8 up here. So you have 16 E-cores. The reason why the i9s are the ones that are most likely to see this problem is because the compute fabric is stretched to its limit in terms of the amount of current flow to keep all these cores, both P and E, filled all the time. There were significant changes in this section of the CPU from 12 to 13th gen, meaning from Alder Lake to Raptor Lake. Specifically, the clock speed of every single one of these E-cores clocks significantly higher on the 13th and 14th gen compared to the 12th gen. So for one thing, the voltage levels and current levels through a 12th gen i9 12900K is going to be lower, significantly lower than any of the 13 and 14th gen, which are basically the same thing, except for the i7. There is a difference in the Grace mod core count there. In terms of the current flow, in terms of the voltage, because the more components you have, the more electricity you have to drive, because you have to keep a lot of these parts moving and powered and fed and all this sort of thing. So I suspect that the problem with the hardware, the actual root cause of the problem, is somewhere here in the middle. It's one of these parts that fails over time. Meaning you can overclock your P-core and literally no one cares, because that's not where the root cause of the problem is. Now, the thing that I'll say, what I suspect will exacerbate or accelerate this failure is higher VCCSA. VCCSA voltages directly impact the memory controller, but it also affects the compute fabric. And that's the reason why when you read up on the actual problems that people are having with the CPU, oftentimes some of the workarounds involve what I have shown in my video, which is basically run it at a lower power limit, because if you run it at a lower power limit, it means your current draw is going to be less. It means your voltages on average are going to be a little bit lower. Not necessarily the voltage will change that much, but the current will change, because you know, power equals voltage times current. So that would be the main reason how you can impact it. So thanks for the sub, Khalifa. I appreciate it. But what I am saying here is the root cause of the problem is definitely the compute fabric. It is not the actual cores. So keep that in mind. And the reason why some people have claimed that they can fix, or not really fix, but avoid the problem, is by turning off their E-cores. They shut down all their E-cores in the BIOS. They basically go into the BIOS, they disable all of the Grace mod E-cores so that they only have their 8 P-cores. They effectively turn their i9 into an 11th gen i9. Because 11900K was only 8 P-cores, so on an older node. But that's basically what they do. So by turning all of these off, you shut down all of this. None of this needs to function. So now you've reduced the area where the failure could be. Meaning, if, let's say this part of the silicon is faulty. Like, let's say this is the fault zone. So I'm going to highlight this in red. Like, let's say this section is bad. Like, somewhere in there, there's a piece of silicon that is damaged, that is defective. It's broken. It doesn't work. So if you turn off the E-cores, you turn all them off, it means this entire chunk of the CPU no longer functions. It's literally shut down. So now all you have is the P-core section. And if the problem no longer happens, then, well, there you go. It's not happening because you shut off the bad part of the CPU. Now, this doesn't always fix the problem, but for some individuals, they have found that if they turn off their E-cores, they no longer have these instability problems. So that, to me, indicates that they have a faulty section of the L3. It could be the L3 cache in the E-core, but I don't really think it's the cache. I'm more inclined to believe that something in the compute fabric is defective, has failed. And the other thing to keep in mind is this is the middlemost section of the CPU. So this is where the hottest point, the hottest temperatures could occur here, if not on the Raptor coves themselves, because those are the ones that are running at the higher frequency. However, the Raptor cove is further away from the middle. So it is, from a thermal density, the compute fabric being in the middle tends to always run at elevated temperatures compared to the rest of the CPU. So on average, your long-term average temperature on the compute fabric is going to be higher. So there may be some problems with electron migration happening prematurely on the compute fabric. So that's my theory. I can't prove this because obviously I don't have the equipment to look at these CPUs under a microscope and examine where, assuming I even have my hands on a CPU that experiences this problem, I don't have the equipment to look at the CPU at a molecular level under a microscope and determine, oh yeah, this cache is fried, or this part of the compute fabric is damaged, or whatever. So, but that's my hypothesis on the source of the problem. It's probably something to do with the compute fabric or something in the middle section of the CPU. And the reason why I can back that up is because when people say that they turn off their E-cores and they no longer have the problem, that kind of indicates that they now are running the compute fabric at lower temperatures, at lower power, because there's it no longer has to power any of the E-cores and the E-core cache. So, but that doesn't always fix the problem. And that's why I think it's hit or miss. If the defective section is, say, over here, like let's say this part is defective, like turning off the E-cores isn't going to fix the problem because the problem is actually here. So the way I would troubleshoot this, like if I had a CPU that had this problem and I wanted to figure out what area was actually defective, I would have to start downclocking certain P-cores until I eliminate the problem. So for example, if this cache section and this cache section are affected by the ring bus, if I downclock core 0, and if this is 1, 2, 3, and this is 4, core 0 and core 4, if I downclock those and all of a sudden it's stable, then that means that I've found where the problem potentially could be. So that's my hypothesis on the source of the problem. I think ultimately the fix will be Intel will have to issue a stepping revision with a newer, more robust compute fabric that doesn't have this problem. Or what they'll do is, well, see, they've already released these various BIOS updates to essentially limit the current draw through these CPUs. I don't know if that's going to actually fix the problem. Because if the problem is actually a hardware problem, it's only a matter of time before it can manifest. Now, I don't think every single CPU is prone to this problem. I think some batches are okay. I think others are not okay. And I think a lot of them will see the problem at some point in their lifespan just because they were unlucky and they have the issue. I don't even know if it's a specific stepping within the lifespan of the CPU that has the problem. If that's the case, I think what Intel will probably do is they'll issue a fix on failure. They're not going to do a field notice. They're not going to do a recall. There's no reason for them to do that. They'll just bulk RMA to their business customers, which is what they're already doing, but I don't think that the ones that they're sending them even are guaranteed to work long term without this problem happening again. So I think they're going to have to fix it via stepping change. Like, that's literally the only thing. Like, that's the only way this is going to be fixed permanently. So yeah, that is basically the root cause of the failure of the 13th and 14th gen CPUs. And I'm pretty sure, like, Intel corporate cannot wait for the Arrow Lake launch because they're going to have to do a stepping change to fix this. They're going to have to do some kind of hardware change to fix this and still resell and still continue selling these CPUs all throughout next year. So as much as they probably want to get rid of this and sweep this under the rug and just go all Arrow Lake and forget about this, they're not going to be able to do that because they have a lot of customers that already have these. And you can't just tell your customer, hey, yeah, I know there's a problem with Raptor Cove, or with Raptor Lake. It's pretty much trash. We made it. We kind of messed up. I'm sorry. But go ahead and upgrade to our Arrow Lake. I don't think that works. I don't think that's what customers want to hear, especially because they have to buy another motherboard. So I don't think that's going to really work. So they're going to have to do a stepping change. They're going to have to do this correctly, fix on failure, whatever. And eventually the problem will go away, but it's going to be a pain to deal with if you're someone who's impacted by this issue. It's too bad. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know what else to say. It's just if the problem starts happening to you, you're gonna have to get an RMA, man. I wouldn't even hesitate. Let's put it this way: if this was happening to me, because I've got one of these chips, if this was happening to me, I would RMA the chip. I'm not even gonna bother turning off eCore. Now I might turn off eCores just to test and see, just to test if my theory proves true. But I'm still gonna RMA the chip. I'm not gonna hold on to some faulty CPU that was a lot of money. No, man. No. We're RMAing this thing. We're RMAing this thing. No, we're not holding on to this. It's I may understand what the problem is, but it's I'm not gonna keep the broken silicon. So you're asking if I'm concerned? I mean, I understand the problem. I have the CPU. I don't know if it'll manifest at some point or not. I mean, if it does, I'm just gonna RMA the chip. I mean, I don't care. I'm not even using this computer to stream right now. I'm streaming on a Ryzen CPU, so I don't care. I'll just keep using the Ryzen CPU. So I'm the type of person that it's I'm barely affected by this. It doesn't really matter. It's I can deal with the RMA, but other people, I'm just thinking I'm just putting myself in another person's shoes. Let's say I only have my Intel i9. Let's say I don't have my other computers. Imagine if I don't have my Threadripper, or if I don't have my AMD Ryzen 9, or my other Ryzen X3D, or my other Ryzen X3D. If I don't have those other, 1, 2, 3, if I don't have those 4 other computers that I have access to, then I'm pretty much screwed if I have to RMA my one Intel i9 because I have all my eggs in one basket. That would be pretty bad. No redundancy. That's not good. That's a lot of downtime. So, that would be very bad. That would be very annoying. And I can only imagine that many, many people that are running into this problem are in that exact scenario. Hey, RK, you have very good experience with the Intel RMA. Oh, you RMA'd the 13900K? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I remember. You did that a while ago. Yeah. Yeah, but it's just, it's a nuisance, right? Who wants to deal with an RMA unless they have no other choice? So it's not something that people like to have to go through. I understand that, but at the end of the day, that's what has to be done. That's the only true fix. Especially an RMA with ASUS. We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. I don't want to talk about ASUS on the RMA stuff. You never had to RMA AMD? Yeah, I never had to RMA AMD. I mean, I've never had to RMA Intel or AMD, to be honest. But yeah, this is very unfortunate that this is happening. To me, okay. In the back of my mind, I've tried to understand why would this happen? Why would this happen to Intel? Was the engineering team sloppy? Did they overlook something with the transistor layout? I don't see how that could have been a problem. I feel like Intel has enough layers of QA that should not have been the case. Especially since this was a derivative of what was originally Alder Lake. This is essentially Alder Lake with more E-cores. And Alder Lake doesn't have the problem. But I feel like the problem stems from the higher voltage required to manage the Gracemont E-cores running at a higher speed. Because if you compare an Alder Lake E-core to a Raptor Lake E-core, even though they're both Gracemont, architecturally they're the same, the speeds are not the same. The Raptor Lake E-core clocks significantly faster than the Alder Lake E-core. That's the reason why when I was using Alder Lake, so here's my Alder Lake. This is the 12700K i7 that has AVX 512. This is a launch edition that has AVX 512. Intel, I have this before Intel fused off the silicon. So this one can do AVX 512. I was okay with turning off all 4 E-cores because I'm giving up 4 E-cores, and the E-cores clock slow anyway. So, and they were more prone to run into application compatibility issues on Windows 10 because they clock so much lower, which means the latency penalty for a task completed on a Golden Cove versus a Gracemont was significantly higher on Alder Lake than it was on Raptor Lake. Because Gracemont clocks so much faster on Raptor Lake, the latency penalty in terms of thread workloads completed on a Raptor core versus a Gracemont core was significantly less in terms of that delta. If you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, then don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. But what I can say is because this only has 4 E-cores, I don't feel so bad turning off 4 E-cores. Now, with an i9, 14, or 13, that's unacceptable to me. Turning off 16 cores? Turning off 16 cores to neuter your CPU into an 8-core CPU when it's advertised as a 24-core CPU is unacceptable. So on an old Alder Lake i7, because it's 8 plus 4, I can tolerate turning off the 4. And they weren't that fast anyway. But on the faster Raptor Cove with the faster Gracemont, I'm not going to turn off 16 E-cores. That's dumb. Who would waste money on an i9 to turn off 2/3 of their cores? That is stupid. So no, that is an unacceptable option. So yeah, if I run into a problem on the i9, it's RMA. That's it. Like that's it. That's gonna happen. We aren't turning cores off. No, that's stupid. So anyway, that's what I have to say on the 13, 14 issue. It is what it is, but it's going to require an RMA. And in fact, the RMA chip isn't even guaranteed to fix the problem. Only time will tell if a stepping revision is done to fix the issue. Okay, so that takes care of the Intel denies RMA, blah, blah, blah. I don't think they're really denying RMAs anymore, but it could also depend on what country you're in, because I think the way that their support team handles RMA cases might vary based off of region, based off of availability, and that sort of thing. So maybe that's why the story exists. Okay. Now, moving on. So we've talked about mobility. Let's talk about Zen 5 real quick. We've talked about Zen 5 before. So AMD Zen 5 microarchitecture powering Ryzen AI 300 series for mobile and Ryzen 9000 for desktop. So these CPUs are coming out real soon. I think it's just under 2 weeks from now we're going to be seeing the Zen 5 CPUs. So the claims are 16% better IPC than Zen 4. Now what's interesting here is it's saying 16% better IPC, but then also the TDPs on the single CCDs are significantly lower. So that means that unlike Zen 4, Zen 5 is probably going to be a very fun CPU to overclock if you're somebody who's wanting to dabble in overclocking. Overclocking on Zen 4 was basically Curve Optimizer. Now with Zen 5, they're adding something called Curve Shaper, which basically, think of it like you can hold certain voltage levels on that voltage frequency curve static while moving other ones, shifting other parts around the curve while keeping parts of the curve stable or fixed. So that should be interesting. I would say that the single CCD is probably going to be the really interesting one to overclock, personally, unless you're on dry ice or you're doing any sort of XOC or extreme overclocking. like, yeah, then I think the dual CC will be the interesting one if you're trying to go for world records. But I think Zen 5 is going to be a more interesting overclocker for the people who like to do that sort of thing. So if you're into overclocking, I think Zen 5 is going to be a lot more fun to play around with, especially the single CCDs, because they start at such low TDPs. Because they're starting at like 65 watts. So, and it's still fundamentally a similar architecture. Now, there are some changes that they made. In particular, everyone talks about the AVX 512 support. So the way AMD is doing AVX 512 on Zen 5, it's more like a traditional data path. So whereas in Zen 4, they were doing a 256 plus 256 equals 512. They were doing what they call a double pump for the instruction to complete that AVX 512 thread or task. Now they're kind of able to do it all in one cycle. So they can fit the entire instruction all in one shot. So that should definitely, or that dramatically improves the AVX 512 performance. And that's the reason why when you see some of these benchmarks, especially like the handbrake ones or the ones where AVX 512 is actually used, you see significant higher performance numbers with Zen 5 versus Zen 4. So this might force me to have to figure out, how to get my AVX 512 working on my Alder Lake. The problem for me isn't really, I have the CPU that supports AVX 512 from Intel. I don't have a motherboard that has the BIOS unless my Z790 or my Z690 gigabyte boards have an older BIOS that supports. I know the Z790 is completely out of the contest, like that one won't, but maybe my Z690 from Gigabyte, if I load like the very first BIOS from 2021, maybe that one has it turned on. I'm not looking forward to testing that. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to bust out a Rocket Lake Intel 11th gen and see how, because that one does 512. Because that's like the only Intel CPU that I can think of that's recent. I mean, if you call 2021 recent, that does AVX 512. The 13 and 14 don't even do AVX 512. It would be Rocket Lake versus Zen 4 versus Zen 5 in that comparison, unless I can find a way to get Alder Lake to run on a motherboard that supports AVX 512. So, and that requires turning off the E-cores on this, by the way. So that will be interesting to kind of play around with that and see if I can make a video about that stuff. But yeah, the new thing besides AVX 512, the TDPs are down. The other thing, is there a slide in here or was it in a different slide? Basically, they made some improvements to the IHS, I think. So now it's like 7 degrees colder at the same TDP or something like that. So the way I interpret that is like, okay, if a 7950X is running at 95C at 170 watt TDP, that means that the 9950X at the same TDP would be running 7 degrees cooler. So that'll be like 88 degrees Celsius instead of 95. So that's the way I understand that. And that would apply across the board for all of them. So, because I think like the 7700X would get up to like 80 something degrees. It would try to boost. I forget what the target temperature was on that one. It's been a while since I've used the 7700X. But yeah, I don't know. 7700X and the X3D. X3D is different in terms of it boosts to a lower target temperature. So I don't know how we would compare those objectively. When will X3D release? I don't think anybody really knows. Are you getting the 9950X? Yeah, that's a good question, RK. I was thinking, if I want to play around with a lot of overclocking stuff, I was actually thinking Ryzen 7. I was thinking 9700X this time around, but maybe I'll still end up getting the dual CCD. I'm probably just going to wait for the reviews. I think what will happen is if I get the 9700X, I think the main comparison would be the 7800X3D, because I think a lot of people want to see how a 9700X compares to a 7800X3D, and also the 7700X. Obviously, the 7700X, which I have right here. This one would be another good comparison. Also, the older AMD CPUs, so like the 5800X, obviously, the maybe Zen 2. So let's see. Let's just kind of go through what I have here. Let me remove this Intel CPU. I mean, this is what I have to compare with. Like, okay, let's just say if I get... So, Ryzen 7 9700X. This will be versus 7800X3D, 7700X, 5800X, and 3800X. And I guess for an Intel CPU, 11700K and maybe 12700K. Does that look like that's a good list? If I get the CPU. Now I don't know if I'm going to get the CPU. But if I did, and if I was going to make a review video, these are the CPUs that you can expect to see in that video. So you can expect Zen 4 X3D, Zen 4, Zen 3, Zen 2, 11th gen, 12th gen. That's it. Those are the ones that I would compare. Those are the ones that I have. Now, if I do Ryzen 9 9950X, that would be against the 7950X3D, the 7950X, the 13900K/14900K. They're the exact same CPU. I'll probably label it as 14900K and just clock it to the 14900K. I'm using the Intel power limits anyway. So, and then the, I don't know what else I would compare. Threadripper doesn't make sense. I'm not even going to bother with Threadripper, to be honest. Maybe I would do like 7960X just for like the Cinebench score. So, you can meet me on the launch day. Oh wait, are you getting the 9950X? Hey Derek. Thanks for the sub. So Archaea, are you planning to get the 9950X? Because maybe if you're gonna get the 9950X, then maybe I'll just get the 9700X. Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. I might take you up on that offer, because I think this one, content-wise, I think this one ultimately would be a very interesting CPU to play around with, because it's 65 watt TDP, which means that trying to fine-tune, and because it's only 8 cores, I feel like it's easier to fine-tune this one to the max. You know what I'm saying? Like, max tuning a Ryzen 7 9700X is going to be easier than max tuning a 9950X, because the 9950X has double the core count, and it's 2 different CCDs. So you're going to have, like, playing around with per core on the curve optimizer, and then having to figure out how to do, like, curve shaper on all that stuff. That's just, it's going to be more work. You get the same result, but it's going to be more work. I think this CPU, though, is going to be the really interesting one. Because I think there's a lot of people out there that want to build new gaming PCs, and they really want to know. I feel like the price point, this is going to be the one that most people are going to go for. I think this is going to be a little bit too expensive for a lot of people. So I think the 9700X is going to be kind of the value king. And how it compares to these in particular, I think is what most people are wondering. Because there's a lot of people out there that are probably wondering, should they get a 9700X? Or should they get a 7800X 3D? I think that is the question. The other question would be if they're on the older AMD. Like if they're on AM4. If they're on one of these. Should they upgrade to this? Or should they just get an X3D? Now, one of the CPUs that I don't have that I wish I did have was the 5800X3D. Unfortunately, I don't have a 5800X3D. I really wish I did, because that is the one that I would like to compare, but I don't have that CPU. But I do have 7800X3D. So, I mean, I can compare that. And from what I have seen, the 7700X is very similar to a 5800X3D in gaming. In some games, the 7700X is faster than the 5800X, and in other cases, it's a little bit slower than the 5800X. My expectation is that the 9700X versus the 7800X3D is going to be very similar to a 7700X versus a 5800X3D. So wherever the 7700X beats the 5800X3D, I expect the 9700X to beat the 7800X3D. And wherever the X3D does exceptionally well, wherever the 5800X3D is faster than the 7700X, I expect the 7800X3D to be faster than the 9700X. But in general, what I would say to most people who are making this comparison, they're trying to figure out if they should get a 7800X3D or a 9700X. I would, if it was me, I would get the 9700X. I would just straight up get the latest and greatest. Because it's the newer architecture. Yes, it works in the same motherboard, but it is a newer architecture. It's just straight up newer. So it has better application performance in things like AVX 512. If you don't care about that, that's fine. But I still think that in general, the 9700X is going to have better things like memory is probably going to clock higher, more reliably. We don't know anything about if 2D PC configurations will be improved, memory training behavior. We still don't know anything about that, but I would expect things like that could also see vast improvements. So in general, the overall user experience overall will be superior on a 9700X versus any of the Zen 4 single CCD CPUs. That includes the X3D CPU, the 7800X3D. So we'll see. I plan on testing all of these different things that I talk about, because this channel looks at a lot of things that you cannot find on other channels. I do a lot of content with 4 sticks of DDR5, for example, just to use that as an example, because I have shown how to run 192 gigabytes of DDR5 at 6,000 mega transfers. You're not really going to find that on any other part on the internet. But we have shown how to do that. We have shown how to do 2DPC. We've shown how to do single rank 2DPC, dual rank 2DPC. I have all those videos on this channel, all that kind of stuff. We've shown how to do 8,000. In fact, I run 8,000 mega transfers on my X3D CPU. Both of them are running at 8,000 today, and that's on Zen 4. So we will see how Zen 5 functions. I'm thinking that the sweet spot for the absolute max that we're going to try to aim for is going to be 9,600 mega transfers. I've talked about this on previous live streams. Target speed for DDR5 on the Zen 5 is going to be 9,600 mega transfers per second. That is what I'm going to be targeting. Whereas with Zen 4, it was 8,000. On Zen 4 is 8,000. I have videos on how to do this. In fact, I run my Zen 4s at 8,000 mega transfers. Been doing that for several months now. So check out the video if you want to see how this works. But I would say that this one's probably going to be 9,600. So, but we'll see. The challenge here is not going to be the CPU. And I don't even think it's going to be the motherboard. It could be, but I don't know if it's going to be the motherboard. Maybe you need a newer X870E motherboard to hit these type of speeds. The problem is going to be the memory. Finding the memory that can do 9600 stable is going to be the challenge. Because 8000 DDR5 is easy. Easy, easy, easy. Is it stable though? Yes, it's 100% stable. I've been running it for months. All those live streams that we did for Final Fantasy XIV and Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, that was on DDR5 8000. So, yeah, I'm probably one of the few people that does like a bunch of DDR5 content on this channel. It's easy mode, dude. 8000 on AM5 is easy mode. It is so easy to do. This is not hard, guys. So the fact that AMD has announced 8000 Expo for Zen 5, like, I'm not surprised at all. Because I've been running 8000 on Zen 4 for months. And it wasn't even challenging. So, you have a Crosshair Hero? Yeah, that should do it no problem. I don't see why it wouldn't be able to do it. Let's put it this way. I've got 8000 running on like a sub $300 motherboard. I have 8000. I have 48 gigabyte. I have 2x 24 GB. So that's 48 GB. Running at 8000 on a X670E Steel Legend. And I have two different motherboards running this RAM right now. X670 Aorus Elite AX. So this one is running a on a 7950 X3D with that, and the other one is a 7800 X3D with this. Just to give you guys an idea. Go watch the video. That barely affects it, dude. The higher speed offsets it completely. You haven't watched the video. Go watch the video. When you have a chance, go watch the video that I did earlier this year for 8000. So, yeah, this is the target. So this is what I call Gear 2 target. Gear 2 target. And Gear 2 target. This is basically what I plan on aiming for. So I've already shown this. This we have already achieved. That's done. That's Zen 4. That's easy. The next thing, which is going to be more challenging, is going to be this. Trying to do 9600 on Zen 5. Because the limiting factor is not going to be Zen 5. I can tell you right now, it's not going to be the CPU. It's going to be the RAM itself. Finding DDR5 that can clock all the way up to 9600, that is the actual challenge. Like, where is that DDR5 that can actually do that? That is the challenge. But yeah, all this stuff, this is easy mode for the Zen 4. So I've explored everything there is to explore about the Zen 4 CPUs. Now the mystery is going to be around Zen 5. So exploring all the capabilities of Zen 5, looking at what Curve Shaper actually does, how it works, like how the overclocking changes, how the memory controller stuff is going to work. Well, what I will tell you is F clock should only be 2000. You should not be changing F clock. So it's very simple. The rule of thumb is F clock always equals 2000. So this is what I'll tell you. For Zen 4, F clock equals 2000 always. You should never change that. M clock equals 4000. And then U clock equals 2000. There. That's it. These are the numbers. Those are the numbers. Oh, and then for voltages, VSOC equals 1.2 volts. Never change that. That only needs to be 1.2 volts. Even if I'm running like 8000, I'm running VSOC 1.2. It actually, like, my real voltage is like 1.18. That's like my real voltage. Yes, correct. That's 8000 MTS. You are correct. This is for this is 8000. This is exactly how I have it configured. That's exactly. And my VDD, I suggest just watch the video. I'm basically spoiling the entire video, but VDD equals 1.35 volts. VDDQ equals 1.35 volts. That's it. These are my voltages. You don't need more than 1.2. You can do 1.22. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to be any different. But F clock needs to be 2000. Do not mess with F clock. F clock needs to be 2000. The reason why it needs to be 2000, you know why? Because we're aiming for U clock equals F clock. Basically, I've said this in multiple videos. I'll say it here. 8000 is the magic ratio speed. Because F clock equals U clock. You have no buffering. You have no buffering. Your memory controller is synchronized to your fabric. So basically, data, if I'm passing data across the bus from the core, like if I'm sending data from my core across the fabric to the memory controller, it's going the same. It's 1-to-1. Yeah. And then U clock equals half M clock. There. So this is the 2-to-1 and this is 1-to-1. This is why 8000 is the magic number. Now, the other number, which I don't want to spend too much time talking about because every other mainstream YouTuber, you know, all the like non-hardcore are going to give you the 6000 number. They're going to talk about 6000 and they're going to talk about how 6000 is the sweet spot because U clock equals M clock. You know, like, and that's fine. That's fine, but that's, you know, your bandwidth, your memory read write and your bandwidth is going to be lower overall. So, yeah, you could probably tighten the latency on here better than you can on this, but you can still, you'd be surprised. You can still tune the latency on the 8000 and get some really good performance out of that. I mean, let's put it this way, guys. There's a reason why Zen 5 is like AMD's advertising Expo profiles with 8000. There's a reason why. I've been saying this for a long time, but this is going to be different. This is going to be different with Zen 5 because F clock is probably going to be running at a different speed. And that's the reason why I'm calling for 9600 as the target. Does your memory run warm at 8000? No. My memory runs at like 50 degrees Celsius max. No. No, your memory, the temperature of your memory depend. You know why mine doesn't run hot? That's why it doesn't run hot. Check it out. 1.35 volts. That's why it doesn't run hot. I don't use 1.4 volt RAM. I don't use 1.45 volt RAM. That's the reason why my temperatures are so low. Because I'm running 1.35 volts at 8000. That's the secret. Check the video. Go watch the video. I've already spoiled probably like 90% of that video at this point. But yeah, this is the reason why we're running nice cold temperatures at 8000. We're sitting here at 1.35 volts. 100% stable, no problems. I can literally live stream for 12 hours in an MMO that is very CPU heavy with a lot of random read and writes, and no issue. No issues. 100% stable, trust me. I've been running it like that for months. In fact, guys, I use S3 Sleep on my computer. I never reboot my computer. So when I'm done using my computer, I put it to sleep. I treat my desktop like a laptop. So the RAM clocked so high at 8,000, then I put it to sleep in low power. Then the next day I wake it up and everything just wakes up and picks up right where it left off. No problems. Day in, day out. I probably reboot my computer once a month. And that's only for like a Windows update, usually. That's the only reason why. So trust me, when I say it's stable, it's stable. I don't make this content if it's not stable. Okay? Does your memory context restore? Yes, I use memory context restore. Yes. There's no reason not to use that. MCR is enabled, and so is, there's another thing that, power down. Power down? Is it called power down? Power down mode or whatever? You enable MCR and power down mode. Yes, both of them are enabled. But anyway, let's talk about motherboards, because I kind of went on a little bit of a rant last week, or was it the week before, about the Zen 5 launch and how it's going to be a terrible launch because AMD's not launching the X870E motherboards at the same time. I still think that it's going to be a lousy launch because, or, well, okay, it may not be a lousy launch, but it's going to be a very lackluster launch because there's no motherboards launching, no new motherboards, no new chipsets launching alongside Zen 5. Now, why AMD's doing this, I have no idea. The only reason I can think of is there was another delay with ASMedia. So, now I don't want to blame ASMedia because I have no idea if this is the true reason, but my assumption is the reason why the X870E and X870 motherboards are delayed, or I guess they're not coming out when Zen 5 comes out, is because of the ASMedia, the ASM4242 chipset, which is what is responsible for USB 4, aka Thunderbolt 3, on these new motherboards. Because there already was a delay last time. There was supposed to, so for those that are really in the know on the AM5 socket and its history and the launch, all this stuff. So back when Zen 4 was supposed to launch, ASMedia, my understanding was ASMedia was going to supply the USB 4 controllers with their chipset, but it wasn't ready, and there was some delay. The roadmap shifted out by like more than 6 months, and they couldn't get it, and this was probably back in like late 2021. This was during the supply shortages. This was the dark times. These were when RTX 3060s cost $900. You guys know what I'm talking about. We all had to live through that. So AMD and their board partners couldn't get USB 4 through ASMedia for the Zen 4 launch. So you know what ended up happening? They went to Intel. Like, and when I say they, I mean not AMD. I mean ASRock, MSI, Gigabyte, Asus, BioStar, anyone who was going to offer USB 4 with the Zen 4 launch, they went to Intel and was like, hey, I need to launch your competitors' motherboards, but I need your Thunderbolt chipset because we don't have the ASMedia one. So Intel was like, Intel begrudgingly was like, okay, here you go. Here you go. Here's your Thunderbolt chipset, but guess what? You can't call it Thunderbolt. You can't call it Thunderbolt because I didn't sign my name on it. And I'm Intel, and I'm not signing my name on an AMD motherboard for Thunderbolt support. So you cannot say Thunderbolt unless I certify it. And what's funny is ASRock certified it and put Thunderbolt logos on it. ASRock was like, okay. Azrock was like, yeah, okay. See, you know what ended up happening, guys? Azrock, check this out. X670E Tai Chi. This is an AM5 motherboard that launched back in 2022 alongside Ryzen 7000. And guess what? Oh, look! A Thunderbolt logo. Oh, I spy a Thunderbolt logo on an AM5 motherboard. Thanks, Intel. So they got USB 4. So all these news articles about, oh, AMD's finally getting USB 4, that is complete nonsense, fake news, because AMD has had USB 4 since Ryzen 7000. In fact, you know, some of the mobile chips have had USB 4 for a while now, for like 2 years at this point. So, yes, it's using Intel's chipset to do it, but hey, you got Thunderbolt, you got USB 4. Okay, Thunderbolt is politically incorrect, so we will not use, we will be PC. This is a PC DIY channel, so we're going to be PC. So we're not going to say Thunderbolt, 'cause that's a bad word. So we're going to say USB 4. So the point is, you have USB 4 options on AM5. The Tai Chi has that. The Crosshair Hero has that. The Crosshair Extreme has that. A lot of the Gigabyte and the Asus motherboards and a lot of ASRock motherboards allow you to add USB 4 via Thunderbolt add-in cards, funnily enough. So USB 4 is easily obtainable if you need it on an AMD platform for desktop. So, ASMedia needs an egg cracked on their desk. Yeah, I can only guess at this point that the only reason, now I don't know if this is the truth. I really wish I knew the reason why, because I've been saying, like, who launches CPUs without the correct motherboards that were meant for those CPUs? Like, that sounds dumb. That sounds dumb. I still think that's dumb. Like, why are you launching Zen 5, but your X870E is not available on launch day? Like, where's the logic behind that? What's the explanation behind that? Like, if I was one of the press that went out to Los Angeles last week to go and see and experience Zen 5 and all the overclocking goodness and everything, the first question I would have asked them was, why are we not getting the X870E until, you know, like a few months after the launch? That'd be like the one question I would have for AMD. That's like the one question I still have for AMD. You know, I really want to know the reason behind that, because as someone who has helped a lot of, we'll call it, gamers assemble their PCs, I know how averse people are to doing BIOS updates. How if you tell them they have to update their BIOS, they're not going to want to do it. Or you're going to get a lot of pushback from the end user. It's like if I tell someone, hey, if you're going to buy that 9700X, you're going to have to update your BIOS. They're going to be like, okay, no, I'm just going to get a 7800X 3D. You know, like that's what's going to happen, man. Like that's not always going to happen, but there's going to be a lot of that happening. There's going to be a lot of that happening. So, yeah, I would really like to know the reason, because I don't want to throw ASMedia under the bus. But the only explanation that I can think of as to why these X870E motherboards are not launching alongside Zen 5 is because there's some sort of delay with the USB 4 controllers. In fact, Asus, okay, we don't need this article anymore. Asus USB 4 PCIe. Asus announced this card back in January of this year in CES, not Computex, at CES. Asus announced the USB 4 PCIe Gen 4 card. And guess what? You still can't buy it on their website, and we're already like past the halfway point in the year, and you still can't buy this from them. What is this, vaporware? This is a paper launch? I remember opening up a support ticket with Asus just to ask them, when is this going to come out? And they were like, oh, well, we can't tell you. Sorry. Keep checking the website. Okay. So I imagine that there's, because this add-in card uses the same as media chipset as media ASM 4242. Here it is. There it is. USB 4 in all its glory. 40 gigabit on a USB-C form factor. This little thing might be responsible for the X870E delay, because Asus announced their PCIe card in January, and you still can't buy one, and it uses the exact same as media chip that all the X870E and X870 motherboards are going to use. They all use the same thing. So here we go again. There's some kind of supply shortage or some kind of holdup. Like, these guys already were delayed by like, what, 2 years at this point? So don't expect Intel to come to their rescue this time around. Intel's not happy that they got to pay TSMC for the silicon interposers now for their new CPUs. Intel's not happy about that. It makes Pat Gelsinger look like he's losing credibility to the U.S. government every single week. You know, it doesn't look good. So this time around, if those boys, like if Asus, like, hey Intel, Intel, you know what? Remember how we asked you 2 years ago if you could give us some of those Thunderbolt cards we could put in those AMD boards? Intel be like, no, go away. I'm not doing that again. No, I don't care. I'm not gonna say those anymore. No more Thunderbolt for AMD. So no, they're not gonna rescue them this time. So guess what? Delay. See, that's the only explanation I can think of. Taking an educated guess as to where these motherboards are, there's the reason why they're not ready, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. Are you assuming the motherboard BIOSes are ready to go? Why would the motherboard BIOSes not be ready to go? Like, you do realize that all of these BIOSes are already available for Ryzen, right? Like, all the existing motherboards have had Zen 5 support since like May. So I can only imagine that the X870E has had the BIOS support ready since like Q1 of this year. So, yeah, no, it has nothing to do with the BIOS. It has nothing to do with the BIOS. It has almost everything points to some sort of chipset holdup, some kind of supply chain problem at this point, which is why it's delayed. Now, yeah, let's put it this way. The problem is due to something that's affecting mass production of the units, if I had to guess. That's why. So the supply of this stuff has probably been bought up by other things like, I don't know, add-in cards or whatever else uses USB 4 in the enterprise market, although I can't really think of anything that uses USB 4 in enterprise. It's definitely more of a consumer mobility technology, if anything. So I think the USB 4 host controller I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if this is the reason why we're not seeing X870E and X870 launching alongside Zen 5. But it would be really nice to know the true reason, because I'm not trying to throw as media under the bus, but I'm just trying to make an educated guess to give you guys an explanation as to why these new AMD motherboards are not going to launch with Zen 5. Because who wants to buy a Zen 5 CPU and pair it up with an older motherboard? You know, like, it's fine if they don't understand that that's not technically the motherboard that was meant for that CPU, even though it works with that CPU. You know, and then you tell me you have to update the BIOS, and they're like, I don't want to update the BIOS, so I guess I'm not going to upgrade for another year. You know, like, that, it's so dumb. It just creates so many stupid scenarios that an enthusiast would not comprehend. They just wouldn't comprehend these scenarios that I'm describing. I mean, it's too much of like a facepalm moment. But it's the reality, guys. Like, it's literally how the world works. There will be people out there that if you tell them, if they buy that motherboard, they're going to have to update the BIOS before they install the CPU, they're not going to buy the motherboard. They're just going to, like, cancel the order. I mean, it sounds dumb, but that's what a lot of people are going to do. Or they're going to buy, like, 7800X3D or something. So, which, I don't know. The conspiracy would probably say, with their tinfoil hats, to be like, oh, this is they're delaying the motherboards so AMD can like can sell out of all the Zen 4 inventory. You know, like that's what the tinfoil hat people would say. Oh, it's all just it's like a scam to get everyone to buy all the Zen 4 CPUs. No, that doesn't sound right. It doesn't make any sense. I didn't have to update the BIOS on my Mac, but we did a section on this last week, and people found this hilarious. But like, I described the story of like, I was helping somebody update their computer, and I told them they need to update the BIOS. It's because they got X3D. They got an X3D CPU, and it wasn't posting because the BIOS was super old, and they were like, I told them, you got to update the BIOS. And they're like, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. They're just like, with the hand scroll, I'm not going to update the BIOS. Why should I do that? And I'm trying to tell them, you know, you have to update the BIOS. The motherboard, the BIOS on the motherboard is older than the CPU. It doesn't even know what that CPU is. And they're like, I shouldn't have to do that. No, you have to do it. I shouldn't have to do that. That's stupid. That's dumb. It should just work. Apple doesn't have to do that. My laptop doesn't have to do that. Why do I have to do that? I shouldn't have to do that. That's dumb. That's not fair. That's not right. No, that's stupid. I'm not going to touch the BIOS. No. I'm not going to do that. No. Trying to enable XMP was hard enough. I'm not going to go in there again. No. Forget it. No. I don't want it. Take it back. I'm returning it. I give up. No, I give up. Send it back. I don't want it. I give up. I'm just going to keep my old computer from 10 years ago. Who cares? I'm just going to use my 8350 for another decade. I don't need this. I'm going to pair my FX 8350 with my RTX 4090, and I'm just going to game at 1080p, and that's how it's going to be for another 10 years. I don't want this. Take it away. I hate this. It's too hard. Forget it. No. I kid you not. That scenario, I have dealt with probably like 20 plus people that have that mentality when it comes to building a PC. So can you imagine you launch a new CPU and you don't have motherboards that natively work with the CPU on day one? AMD's literally walking into a landmine field with this type of launch. Like, I'm sorry, like, but that's the truth. And people in the chat last week were like, those are the sort of people that should buy pre-builds. Well, I mean, I guess, but they shouldn't have to. To play devil's advocate in favor of those individuals who don't want to update their BIOS, I kind of get it. Like, it's like, if you buy something new, like, I understand where they're coming from. If I buy something new, why does it not work out of the box? Like, why can't I take memory, CPU, motherboard, put it together, connect the power cables, turn it on, and why is it not working? See? Like, I understand where they're coming from. It sounds dumb. It sounds really retarded. And it makes, like, tech enthusiasts are probably like, man, those people are incompetent. They shouldn't be doing that. Well, to play devil's advocate in their favor, like, why should they have to do the extra step? Like, why not just buy the stuff and it works out of the box? You know what I'm saying? Like, and even within my Discord channel, I'm not going to call out any names, but even in my Discord channel, there are people in there that are tech enthusiasts, and they're still kind of nervous when it comes to updating their BIOS. They'll do it, and you walk them through it. They'll go through the procedure on their own with you in the background, but there's anxiety. There's uneasiness because they're not used to that. It's like knowing that they could potentially brick the computer. Like I was telling you guys, like I knew somebody who was finally, they were like, okay, fine, I'll update the BIOS, fine, okay. And then they update the BIOS and they're sitting there, it's like, okay, it's at 5%, 6%, 10%. And then I hear, like, I can hear, because I'm not there, right? I'm remote. And I hear, like, lightning. I hear thunder in the background. I'm like, is it raining over there right now? And they're like, yeah, there's a thunderstorm outside. I could lose electricity. Man, maybe the lights are going to go. I'm like, dude, why are you updating the BIOS in a thunderstorm? Do you have a UPS? Do you have a UPS? Like, what? And he's like, no, what? UPS? What's that? What's a I didn't order anything. There's no delivery. It's like, it's nighttime, dude. No, dude. Like, you have a thunderstorm. You shouldn't be updating the BIOS. The thunderstorm. You could lose electricity. You could brick your computer. Like, what are you doing? You know, like, no. It's too much work. It's just too much work for some people. So, no. Let's look at it this way. Zen 5 has the potential to be a really good, smooth launch, just like Zen 3 back in 2020. The magical year for AMD. But with no new motherboards and having to tell everybody that you got to update your BIOS, the only people who are in the best situation for this upgrade are the people who already have Zen 4. The people who are going to, like me, who all I gotta do, update my BIOS, and I already have the CPU that works with the motherboard, so I don't even have to use flashback. I can just use the update from within the BIOS itself. I can do the BIOS update, and then I'm ready for Zen 5. I don't have to do anything. Like, it's easy mode, you know? Like, take the old CPU out, put the new CPU in, put the thermal paste, put the cooler, done. Like, those are the only people that are going to have a smooth upgrade. Like, everybody else, all the people who are on, like, an older socket, they have to buy a new motherboard, they have to buy DDR5 RAM. Like, those are the people that are going to be complaining. I can see it now. I can already imagine all the Reddit threads, system won't post, black screen, terrible CPU, this is a garbage launch, worst CPU ever, this is trash, help, my computer doesn't boot, this is gonna be a huge problem, huge problem. I can see it now. There's going to be a lot of angry customers. Lazy people that want everything made and done for them learn the hard way. Well, I mean, you know what they're going to do, right? They're going to return the gear and they're going to buy something else. They're either going to buy... Well, now here's the thing. Because these are the same people that are going to avoid this like the plague because of all the stupid problems. Well, you know what they're probably going to do? They're probably going to buy like an i5. They're going to buy an i5. Or they're just going to swap it out for an X3D. I think a lot of people are just going to return the Zen 5 and they're just going to get a an X3D. They're just gonna get like a 7800 X3D. But see, it's sad for AMD because like I don't think AMD thought about this. Somebody from AMD, the product manager, whoever's in charge of this launch, they did not think of the scenarios that I'm describing. But there is a, let's put it this way, the skill level for the enthusiast PC crowd varies from I know how to open my computer case to I can update the BIOS and build the entire computer. I can build like 20 PCs in like 2-3 hours or something like that. You know, like the skill level, the learning curve is very there's a wide variance. Let's just put it that way. There's a very wide variance. Matt was saying this is the reason that building a PC shouldn't be considered for the average person. Well, and you know, and a lot of people don't build PCs for that reason. A lot of them will pay somebody else to do it. They'll pay a professional to do it. Now, here's the even more hilarious thing, guys. Like, for people who will pay someone else, like, there are people out there who will buy all the parts, but then they'll pay somebody else or they'll pay a friend or something to put it together for them. Now, the problem with that is the person who they're paying to put the computer together, that individual needs to also know that they need to update the BIOS. Because I can see it now. Somebody pays somebody like, you know, they pay, you know, their nephew or their whatever relative or friend or something, like they pay them some amount of money, whatever, to put the computer together. But that person, they may have built computers in the past, but they weren't paying attention to the Zen 5 launch. Like, they don't know anything about the Zen 5 launch. They just know how to put the computer together. So the individual that they pay money to goes ahead and assembles the whole computer and then turns it on, and then guess what? Guess what happens? Black screen. No post. Then they start Googling, oh, it's DDR5. Okay, you gotta wait. You gotta wait like 40 seconds to 2 minutes, depending on how much RAM to post. Okay, to make things even worse, imagine if this PC had 128 gigs of DDR5. 128 gigs of DDR5. So we're talking dual rank, 2 DPC. They stick all that RAM in there. They turn it on. Guess what? Doesn't post. So they start Googling, you know, they start troubleshooting. Oh, okay. Okay, so I gotta wait like 3 minutes or so for it to do the initial memory training for DDR5 for that much RAM. So they wait 3 minutes. Okay, it still hasn't posted. Maybe I should try with 1 stick of RAM or 2 sticks or something. So they turn it off. They put only 2 sticks of RAM. Same thing, nothing happens. So they take 1 stick of RAM. They start doing 1 different stick at a time. Nothing's changing. They clear CMOS. Nothing's changing. So they waste literally like 2-3 hours and they can't get it to post. They don't understand what's wrong. They have no idea that the BIOS simply needs to be updated because the BIOS is from July of last year. And it's like, oh, just, dude, something's wrong. You bought a defective motherboard. Send it back. You got to get another motherboard. Sorry, but I did all these steps. It doesn't work. I don't know. So think about it. Like, somebody paid somebody else to put the computer together. That expert, that professional is telling them that you have defective hardware. You got to return, you got to RMA, you got to do something. Return it, get another one, get a different motherboard. So guess what? They get another motherboard. Repeat the exact same steps. Same problem. Okay, maybe it's not the motherboard. RMA get a different CPU. They go and get a different CPU. Same exact problem. It repeats the whole problem. So you can imagine all of these issues that I'm describing can easily be avoided if you buy an X870 motherboard. If you buy a motherboard that natively has the BIOS for the CPU, all those issues that I just described are 100% avoided. So like I said earlier, AMD is setting themselves up for a botched launch with system builders. Well, maybe not system builders, but hobbyists, PC DIY, people who consider themselves PC gamers and know how to build computers and that kind of thing. They're setting themselves up for some serious reputational damage with this launch simply because they did not launch X870 at the same time. You always flash the BIOS first thing. I would say you're definitely in the minority in terms of doing that. That is a good thing to do, but you would be surprised that no one really does that. Like, very, very few people think of doing that. Most people that actually do update the BIOS, they won't update the BIOS until after the system works. Because what they want to do is they want to verify that everything out of the box works correctly. Then, once they verify everything seems okay, then they will start doing updates. Then they'll update the BIOS. Then they'll get Windows updates, install all that other stuff, whatever they're doing. So that's typically how people will do things. Updating the BIOS as the very first thing is kind of an interesting thing. I personally would not do that because I want to verify that the motherboard is not defective. I would not touch the BIOS until I verify that the motherboard actually works. However, understanding that we're going into a launch where you basically don't have a choice. I mean, I can tell you guys right now, like, almost all the motherboards sitting in Micro Center stores, probably a good 80% of them do not have a BIOS today that works with Zen 5. Like, when I'll use myself as an example. I've told this story before. I'll tell it again briefly. When I built my 7950 X3D. This is the 7950 X3D. Last summer. This was 1 year ago. This was July of last year. I paired it up with, with an ASRock Steel Legend. With X670 Steel Legend. There's a YouTube video showing the PC build. 7950 X3D plus X670E Steel Legend. So I bought the CPU and the motherboard from Micro Center. I got the free DDR5. So I built this PC together, and you know what? It didn't post. I put the whole thing together, didn't post. I did not show this in the PC build video. But you know what ended up happening? You know what the problem was? And I already knew what the problem was. Problem was, the BIOS was from September of 2022. I bought this motherboard in July of 2023. It had a BIOS from September of the previous year. Meaning it had a BIOS that was it was literally the second BIOS from September 26, 2022. This was a motherboard that was sitting on the shelves at Micro Center. It was like in a retail store, sitting right at the front of the row for the ASRock motherboards. And it's still, and this was like in July of last year, and it still had a BIOS from the previous year. So naturally, it's not going to understand what X3D CPU is, because the X3D is from like end of February, and the BIOS was from September of the previous year. That's why it didn't work. So what I did, now I knew, so guys, here's the thing. I know exactly what to do. I know that I can update the BIOS, and I did update the BIOS. But you know what I did? I wanted to know what BIOS this motherboard had on it. So you know what I did? I put this in the system. I took the 7700X, one of the launch Zen 4s from 2022. I put this in the motherboard. And sure enough, it booted up normally. I get in there, I can see the BIOS, and that is how I learned, oh, whoa, this BIOS is 1.07. This thing's old. This thing's been on here for like, wow, okay. So I updated to whatever the latest one was. I think it was the one, this was like July, so I updated it to like 1007B. I think it was like 1.28 was the one I updated it to back then. And then sure enough, you know, I swapped CPUs, and it works fine after that. So, I mean, this motherboard is running DDR5 8000, 100% stable, no problems with the X3D CPU. So, but the point is, I'm not the average. I would like to think that I'm not the type of person that, when AMD's thinking of these product launches, I'm not the type of person that they should be thinking about. They should be thinking about the lowest common denominator, someone who doesn't really know all the potential pitfalls and things to watch out for. If I don't have 7700X, I use BIOS flashback. That's the answer. That's what most people would do. But I wanted to know what the BIOS was. So, see, I'm not the normal user, though. Like, I'm somebody that has, like, so many random, like, CPUs laying around. We have 7700X for testing. We have 7950X. We have Intel Alder Lake. We have Intel Raptor Lake. We have X3D, Ryzen 9, and Ryzen 7. Like, there's so many random CPUs available, right? Like, I'm not the typical user that would not be able to quickly adapt to these troubleshooting scenarios. See? So yeah, but the answer is you would have to use BIOS flashback. And for a lot of people that are going to want to get Zen 5 on day one, they're going to have to be very familiar with how to use BIOS flashback, because they're going to run into the same scenario that I ran into last year. So I can pretty much guarantee that almost all the motherboards at Micro Center and Newegg's warehouse and Amazon's warehouse are probably sitting on BIOSes. If I had to guess, they probably have BIOS 2.0. They're probably sitting on BIOS 2.0 if it's an ASRock, which is from November of last year. And guess what? This BIOS does not work with Zen 5. The only BIOSes that work with Zen 5 are the BIOSes that have a GISA 1170 or 1.2.00. So, like for me personally, every single one of my AM5 motherboards are already ready for Zen 5. Like my Steel Legend, if I get Zen 5, it can go in the Steel Legend, it'll work because it's already on a BIOS that supports Zen 5. The PC that I'm using right now, for those that are wondering what I'm using right now to live stream, we are live streaming on a Gigabyte X670E Aorus Master. This motherboard is already on the latest BIOS. I updated it last week, unless there's a newer one. So yeah, I'm on 32A from July 5th. So this PC is already prepared with the latest AGISA 1200A for Ryzen 9000. So I'm already ready to go. Like, so I'm someone who's not going to run into that problem. But I can only imagine that there's going to be a lot of people that don't already have an AMD motherboard, and they're going to have to buy one, and they're going to have to buy an X670 or a B650, and most of them are not going to know that they have to update the BIOS, and there's going to be a lot of people who think that they bought a defective motherboard or a defective CPU or defective RAM. You know what? I will follow up on this, guys. I will keep track of this after the launch. I will keep in touch with the guys at my local Micro Center, and I'll ask them, are you guys seeing a lot of returns on the Zen 5 launch? Are you guys getting a lot of people complaining about the motherboards being defective when they're actually not defective? So, AMD could have avoided this. I don't know, man. It's poor planning. Poor planning. I don't know. If I was the product manager, this would not fly. This would not fly. We would not be launching Zen 5 without motherboards that have the BIOS day one. Like, this is ridiculous. Careful, that board is EATX. Yeah, I know it's EATX. There's no big deal. I usually always go for EATX. If I had a Micro Center, you'll go the second day to get open box. Yeah, dude, there's probably gonna be a lot of. Well, see, here's the thing. I think typically when most people buy, or like when people buy components, the first thing that they blame is the motherboard. The motherboard is always the first thing that they blame if something's not working. It's hard to pass the good press until. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? I know. Like, this is what makes it even more of a face palm. You know what I mean? Because first of all, you have Intel over here tripping on themselves with the stupid CPU failures. So they're making themselves look so bad in the public eye. It doesn't help when you have people like Gamers Nexus and Level 1 Techs, and even Linus commented on it now. Like, everybody's basically like thrown their 2 cents in on like thumbs down on Intel. Like, at this point, all the influencers have basically thumbs down on Intel. So, yeah, Intel literally has like rolled out the red carpet and prepared the way for AMD to just come through and like take all this market share. Like, it's hilarious. And you know what? And then AMD, leave it to AMD to botch the Zen 5 launch because they launch with motherboards. They launch without the motherboards. So a bunch of gamers go and buy Zen 5 day one, and then they don't know that they have to update the BIOS. They think they have defective motherboards. So then they end up like returning the stuff. Oh man. All of this could have been avoided, man. AMD, wow. It's like Intel literally passes the ball to AMD, and AMD just like drops, like catches it and then like drops it immediately. Oh. Wow. I can see it now. I'll be following up with Micro Center salespeople to get the lowdown on, are these guys returning these things? Is there a lot of issues? Because I know when there's problems. Micro Center always tells you that when there's problems. The last major problem was, like before the Intel thing, the last major problem was actually Samsung DDR5. Samsung DDR5 was a problem for a while. I knew about that. There were a lot of returns for DDR5 base systems for both AMD and Intel for a long time because Micro Center was giving out the free G-Skill DDR memory, which was Samsung DDR5, and boy, was that stuff unstable. That's all I know. Like, they were giving out a whole bunch of trash DDR5, and they were getting lots of returns until they finally figured out what the issue was, and it was Samsung. So they switched over to Hynix for the free RAM, and the problem was solved. Literally, all the returns like disappeared immediately. So this is the reason why, like, the launch is so critical. Like, having a smooth launch is very, very important. And all these kind of things, like what we're just talking about with like, oh, the motherboard, this is going to be a terrible fiasco for AMD. Yeah, and I could be overplaying this. Like, this might not be that big of a deal at the end of the day. But I can see it now. Like, users don't know they have to update the BIOS. Like, I can see these stories like, oh, people think they have defective AMD motherboards, and then at first they're gonna think, oh, there's a bunch of defective motherboards, but there's actually nothing wrong with the motherboards. It's just, oh, the CPU is not detected because the BIOS is too old. You know, stuff like that could easily be avoided. But I don't know, like, last week when we were talking about this, somebody was saying in the chat that what the stores, what the e-tailers and retailers should do is put stickers on the box saying that you need to update the BIOS for Zen 5 support or for Ryzen 9000 support. That's a good idea, but even then, I wonder how many consumers will actually read that and pay attention to that. You know what I'm saying? AMD could just do a TikTok post to remind people to update their. Yeah, I'm probably gonna make a video, guys, like how to prepare for AMD or like AM or Zen 5 or something. See, the fact that I've already updated all my BIOSes, so what I should probably do is take one of my motherboards, downgrade the BIOS, and then when I get Zen 5, do a PC build video, and like literally the first thing I show is updating the BIOS with BIOS flashback or something like that as step one. And people will be like, why is that step one? Why do I have to do that? I expect a lot of comments on that, but I mean, like, why do I have to do the BIOS update? Yeah, it's just stupid because it's just irritating to think about. Like, why didn't AMD either hold back the launch until the motherboards are ready, or explain why? Like, I just think that the communication seems like it's lacking here. Because I watched Steve from Gamers Nexus's video about the whole trip to California and all the stuff about Zen 5, and he did say in his latest video, he did confirm in his video that the new motherboards are launching later. And as soon as I heard him say that, I was like, okay, yeah, this is really going to be not good because of that. Because I thought he was going to give some explanation. He didn't give any explanation as to why the motherboards are launching later. Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's just opening up a can of worms that could have easily been avoided. And that's unfortunate because that is... Like, this was a perfect setup. Intel set things up perfectly for AMD, and they just throw it away. But we'll see. Maybe it won't be that big of a deal. Maybe the motherboards that are on, like, an older BIOS from, like, November or something, maybe they do post with the CPU, but they're not fully... They don't boost or something, or, like, C states are disabled. Who knows? I don't know. Micro Center has good, knowledgeable employees that remind people to update the... If they're trained to tell them to do that. And most of them probably know to say that. But I can only imagine that they're going to run into like a lot of like deer in the headlights faces of, wait, what? I have to do what now? Or like, you're going to have to update the BIOS if you're going to get the CPU. And they're like, can I get a different motherboard where I don't have to do that? You know, like, there's going to be a lot of like pushback from the customer. Like, why do I have to do that? Do I really have to do that? Do you have a different motherboard where I don't have to do that? Like, there's gonna be a lot of that, you know? Like, even if the Micro Center employee says, just know that if you get this 9700X with this motherboard, you're gonna have to update the BIOS. Like, do you have a motherboard where I don't have to do that? You're like, there's gonna be a lot of that, guys. Trust me, there's gonna be a lot of that. So, yeah, it's not good. I'll tell you that. I think probably after 2 months, I don't know. It just seems really weird why this is launching like this. That's why AMD should have delayed. Yeah, I agree, man. It's probably better to delay it, but who knows? Maybe it won't be that big of an issue. The other thing too is a lot of people are probably just gonna wait for X3D. I feel like a lot of the gamers are gonna wait for X3D, but I don't know. If the review shows that the 79 or the 9700X is outperforming the X3D by a few percentage points and is significantly better in like a lot of other things pertaining to productivity, you know, a lot of people probably won't wait. That's the thing. Like, especially the college crowd. I feel like the college crowd, a lot of them are going to not want to wait because the whole back to school thing is happening soon. So why would you want to wait? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's weird. You're waiting for X3D? Yeah, you're waiting for X3D? Yeah, a lot of people are going to wait for X3D. I understand that. I mean, that makes sense, but I just don't understand why the CPUs are launching without motherboards. That's really odd, to be honest. Even if it's technically the same Promontory 21 chipset, and the only difference is literally USB 4. Like the only difference is X870E has USB 4. Like even AMD in the thing here, like what did they even say here? So X870E, when only the fastest will do, an AMD X870E motherboard delivers with USB 4 on board along with robust overclocking capabilities featuring, okay, notice this, faster dual channel DDR5 memory support. That means the rumors that X870E will support better, higher DDR5 memory speeds, like for example 9600, is probably true. AMD Expo technology and PCI 5.0 support for both graphics and NVMe. Okay, well this is not new. You can play the most demanding games. Da 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 da. Okay, yeah. All right, then X870, which is basically just B650E without the mandatory USB 4, or with the mandatory USB 4. High performance customization. Build a PC with X. They mistyped this. They mean to say X870. Here it says X670. Okay, fully overclockable with USB 4 on board, faster dual channel, AMD Expo, okay. For extreme gaming and creating with an X870. Yeah, I would say for the gamers, X870 is probably going to be where it's at. For the people who want a prosumer semi workstation, I think X870E is going to be the target motherboard in terms of the chipset. All right, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. No reason to move off B550 at this point in time. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're really trying to get people that are on AM4 to upgrade though to AM5. I think for most people, I think from AMD, strategically speaking, I think AMD's looking for the people who are on that 3 to 5 to 7 year cycle. So that's mostly people that are on AM4. So they're trying to get people who are on AM4, people like Nero, they're targeting you to upgrade. They're not targeting people like me, even though in reality, the people like me who are already on AM5, we have it much easier when it comes to upgrade because we already, like update BIOS, done. People who are on AM4, depending on how much they've actually studied the AM5 and the Zen 5 launch, they may not know all these pitfalls that exist. Oh, DDR5 takes longer to train initially, so you gotta wait. That doesn't mean it's defective. Oh, you gotta update the BIOS because these motherboards are actually for Zen 4. They may not know that. So that's why I think there's a lack of, I don't know, the marketing campaign for this is really bizarre. But and what's weird, well, I'll make a video. I'll make a separate video. I might take bits and pieces of this live stream and turn it into a video, like AM, or what I'll make a video probably like Zen 5 or Ryzen 9000, what you need to know, or something like that, because I don't think I've seen any video from anyone who went to the AMD event last week talking about what we've just described. BIOS, and be aware of how DDR5 is different from DDR4. Because most of the people that AMD is targeting to upgrade to Zen 5, they're targeting people on Zen 3 or older. They're not really targeting the people on Zen 4. They've acknowledged that. The fact that they show a 5800X3D in gaming versus a 9700X, that's a dead giveaway that they're targeting people on AM4 from the gaming crowd. For the productivity, they'll show, okay, yeah, like in productivity, 7950X was this, 9950X is that, whatever. They'll show like that, the bigger core count stuff. But for the gaming stuff, they're going to show, okay, 5800X3D, because everybody's on AM4, so we're going to get them to move to Zen 5. So yeah, it's going to be all kinds of weird stuff like that. in terms of their targeting. But the marketing seems really weird for this launch. The boards have barely been talked about, but now I think I understand why, because they're delayed. Are the X boards really the most popular among gamers? No, what I'm saying, Marcelo, is these are going to be the ones. So, like, for Zen 5, the motherboards for the gamers are going to probably be X870. And for the other, like the premium stuff, X870E. That's going to be the vast majority. X670E, X670, I don't even know if these are going to continue to exist after this year. I have a feeling these two are going to get phased out in favor of the newer ones. Now, the B650E, that's definitely going to be phased out. B650 is going to stick around for a while, but B650E is going to go away. You know why? Because X870 is B650E in disguise. We've talked about that. It's disguised. Basically, B650E, or okay, let's put it this way. X870 is a rebrand of B650E with the mandatory requirement of USB 4 support. That's literally what X870 is. It's basically B650E rebranded with USB 4, mandatory. So B650E is definitely going to be discontinued because it's going to live on as X870. It just gets a new name. X670E, same deal. It's going to go away. X670E is rebranded to X870E with the mandatory USB 4. So the older E motherboards like X670E, B650E, those two are definitely going to vanish after this year. Like, you're not going to see these after the end of this year, I would imagine. Now, X670, I don't know what they're going to do with that. There were never really that many X670 motherboards, but it's weird because X670 versus B650E was always the comparison that people always would ask me about. Like, they were always like, hey, should I get X670 or B650E? And what I would tell them is the answer lies in how many hard drives or SSDs do you need, and how important is PCI Gen 5 to you? Like, do you need PCI Gen 5? If you do, then the second question is, how many drives do you actually plan to use? If it's more than 4, then you're probably gonna, and you need Gen 5, then the answer is neither one of these, and the answer would have been X670E. If PCI Gen 5 was not necessary, but you need a lot of drives, and you need a lot of lanes, then X670 is actually better than B650E. But B650E was actually more premium than X670. The weird thing about X670 was that it was dual chipset, but it only had 4 lanes of PCI Gen 5. Whereas B650E was single chipset with 24 lanes of PCI Gen 5. So kind of a weird thing. But just remember, guys, B650E is X870. So when you compare X870 versus X670, X670 has more lanes than X870, even though it's older. But a lot of the lanes are Gen 4, not Gen 5. So that's the difference. So this YouTube channel focuses a lot on motherboards and DDR5. So we cover a lot of things that you don't really find elsewhere on the internet. You know, you can find a lot of videos about GPUs for days. And then CPUs also. But the motherboards and the DDR5, like, not a lot of people go into this sort of detail. You just came from the B650E Aorus Master. Exactly. We've done all the diagrams. I've drawn all the diagrams. In fact, we're probably going to draw the diagrams again. This is almost going to feel like, yeah, we're going to have to do the diagrams. Here, let's do the diagrams. Okay. So, for those of you that have seen these diagrams before, you know exactly what's about to happen. Here come the diagrams. All right, let's start with B650E. Also known, aka X870. These two are identical. They are identical. Like I told you, this is a rebrand of B650E. So, here we go. Here's the AM5 socket. You got your AM5 socket. LGA. What was it? 1617 or 1716? Or 1718? Was it 1718? What's the LGA number on this? 1718, I think? Or is it? Yeah, I think it's 1718. 1718 or 1716? I think it's 1718. It's 1718, I remember. 1718. You know how I remember this? You guys know how I like to make Dragon Ball Z references? AM5 equals Android 17 plus Android 18. That is how I remember the LGA number for AM5 socket. Android 17, the twins, Android 17 and Android 18 from Dragon Ball Z equals AM5. There, it sounds really weird, but that is how I remember the AM5 socket. So it's LGA 1718. Then you have the downstream to the chipset. This, we can call this a B650. You can call this a B650. We'll call it a B650. But the true name, does anybody know what the real name is? You want to be on the CPU side? What does that mean? So the real name is Promontory, but it's abbreviated Prom21. Promontory 21 is the actual physical chipset, but it is also known as a B650. So notice what we're drawing here. We're drawing an X870 motherboard. Dr. Giraud worked on AM5. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so now we have the CPU lanes and we have the chipset lanes. The chipset lanes, I draw two lines because, well, we can also draw like the DDR lanes and that kind of thing. So here you have your DDR. So you have DDR5 and you have channel A and you have channel B. And then you have two sticks per channel, right? So you know you have like 4 sticks total, or four DIMM slots total. So you have A1, A2, B1, B2. So that's your memory lanes. And then here we have PCIe 5.0 X24, which means you have 24 lanes of PCI Gen 5 directly connected into the CPU. And these are full PCI Gen 5 spec. Now, typically, you would have 16 of those lanes for the graphics card. And then you would have 4 lanes for a NVMe drive. So that could be an SSD, for example. And then here's where it gets interesting. Now you have 4 more lanes. These additional 4 lanes could be for another Gen 5 SSD, or it could be for some sort of external chipset. For example, the ASMedia, for example, for USB 4. But that would be a waste of PCI 5.0 bandwidth. So what most vendors will do is they'll give you 2 NVMe. They'll give you an NVMe primary with a really fat heatsink Then they'll give you another one. And then you have GPU here. I'm just going to label those as an example. So these are all directly wired into the CPU, which means the latency for the Gen 5 SSDs is actually the best in the business. And that's the reason why, like when back when Zen 4 launched, I remember RK did a lot of testing with the storage on the MSI X670E Ace motherboard. And what he found was that the CPU connected slots for the NVMe were faster than the ones that go through the chipset. So that's the advantage of having CPU direct connect via the PCI bus rather than going through the chipset. Now, the chipset has two different sets of lanes. You got PCI 4.0 and you have 8 lanes of PCI 4.0 on this side, and then over on this side we have PCI 3.0, 4 lanes. So you have 4 lanes of PCI 3 and you have 8 lanes of PCI 4, and then you have an upstream of 4 more PCI Gen 4 lanes that connect up to the CPU. So you have PCIe 4.0 X4 as the interconnect to the CPU and downstream to the chipset, depending on how you're looking at it. So that is the overall. Now with this, typically what you would see is here you have 4 lanes dedicated to, you guessed it, everybody's favorite chipset, ASM. Here we go. AMD. ASM 4242. ASM 4242. What does that mean? That means mandatory dual 40 gigabit USB 4. USB 4. USB 4. So all of these X870 motherboards, every single X870 motherboard and X870E motherboard will include this integrated into the motherboard. This chipset will be soldered on to the motherboard instead of a separate add-in card. So when we talk about the, hold on, where is my, when we talk about this, think of it like every single X870 and X870E motherboard includes the USB 4 Gen 4 add-in card soldered physically on the motherboard. This is a key difference between the old AMD motherboards and the new ones. All these new ones will include this integrated into the motherboard. So keep that in mind. This is something that you're not going to hear from a lot of other tech channels. They're not going to go into this level of detail. So keep that in mind. So if you're somebody who's looking at buying one of these newer chipsets, these newer motherboards, and you're trying to figure out what is the difference between the old one and the new one, this is one of the primary differences. The inclusion of ASMedia's ASM USB 4 controller soldered to the motherboard is one of the major differences. But just know that this means that these motherboards are going to be expensive at launch, especially the X870E. The X870E motherboards, I would anticipate most of them are going to be $400 or more. So yeah, you're saying $500 plus? Yes. Yes, they're going to be expensive. And now a lot of people were complaining, saying that the X670E motherboards were expensive. Well, they had a wide range in terms of price. Some of them were like sub 300. A lot of them were like above $500 or more. And I'll be honest with you guys, the ones that were really expensive, like for example, the X670E Crosshair Hero. The Crosshair Hero was like a $700 motherboard. Now it's like $650 MSRP. But back when Zen 4 launched, the Crosshair Hero from Asus was a $700 motherboard. And do you know one of the reasons why it was $700? Because it included USB 4. Now, it did not use ASM. It used an Intel Thunderbolt 4 chipset instead as a substitute to achieve USB 4. But that was one of the this is one of the reasons why those AMD motherboards, those X series motherboards, were expensive at the time, because they were including Intel's Thunderbolt chipset on board. So I don't expect the price to be any different this time around. I don't think the motherboards are going to be more expensive than they were when Zen 4 launched. I think they're going to be priced the same way. So if you're somebody who was on the fence and were complaining about the price of the X series motherboards, you're probably going to be looking for an X870, or you're probably going to be looking for a B series motherboard. If you're someone who's not wanting to spend more than like $300 on a motherboard, for example. So just know that all of these new motherboards are going to include this because it is a mandatory feature. So keep that in mind. There's a lot of interesting things you can do with USB 4. So I don't really see it as necessarily a bad thing. It is something that drives the industry forward with this newer technology. So I would say that it's a nice thing to have. I don't know if making it mandatory is something that AMD should have done. I feel like I don't see a problem with it being optional the way it was handled on X670, because it was optional on the older chipsets. But yeah, it is what it is. So that's 4 lanes. That requires 4 lanes of Gen 4 to be compatible with this. It's worth noting that Intel's Thunderbolt 4 controller was 4 lanes of PCIe 3.0. So the ASMedia is actually more high-end than the Intel Thunderbolt controller in terms of the total bandwidth available, because it is requiring PCI 4, whereas Intel only required PCI 3. So keep that in mind. So this is higher end than what we had on the Zen 4 motherboards. So, and then we have 4 more lanes, because that takes up 4 lanes. So this is going to be X4, and this is typically going to be an NVMe drive. So this will be like another NVMe. Now, the only remaining lanes are going to be these PCI 3.0 lanes. And what I think they're going to do, this is where it gets interesting. This is where evaluating every single motherboard individually is going to be required here. If you're someone who is making you're looking for a particular layout for PCI lanes and that sort of thing. So what I think is going to happen, because of this ASM, the GPU slot is going to have to be split to support the 4th NVMe, or maybe even a 5th NVMe. So similar to what we have on the Intel the Intel Z790. Intel Z790, almost all Z790 boards borrow lanes from the GPU to add that extra NVMe and claim PCI Gen 5 NVMe. So I think AMD, or not AMD, but the board partners are going to have to put like a splitter here, and they're going to have to do like, if you installed your 4th NVMe drive, it's going to take 4 lanes, and your GPU is going to run at like X8 or something. Because the only other way is to have like an X2 lane and another X2 lane, which I don't think anyone's going to really want to do that. So the only thing I can think of is they're going to like take lanes from here for X870. Now, people are probably wondering, like, what about this? What about the PCI 3.0? Well, that is where your ASM splitters come in. So here we have ASM. Again, we have ASM split. So everybody's favorite ASM, Here we have a, I think it's like an ASM, I forget the model number. It's like an ASM 60 something splitter. So basically what this is, again, as media doing their thing, as media is going to split a single PCI Gen 3 lane into 2 SATA ports. So here you will have SATA 1 and SATA 2. And they do not support RAID. There will be no RAID support in this configuration because of the splitter. And then they will do another one. So I guess I can like copy this. They'll do another split. And that's how you'll get SATA 3 and 4. So what you'll see is a lot of these motherboards, these X870 motherboards, are going to have 4 SATA ports. None of them support RAID. And then they're just going to have like NVMe. And if there's a 4th NVMe, it's going to hang off of the GPU lanes. So it's going to take lanes from the GPU. That's how they're going to be able to do that. The chip for the Ethernet works better. So the chip, that's the last 2 lanes. So then you have your last 2 lanes. So you're going to have 2.5G Ethernet and Wi-Fi 7. That's your last lane. Because those only require 1 lane of PCI Gen 3. These are all X1. There. So all the lanes are accounted for. So what we'll probably see is a lot of these motherboards are either going to only have 3 NVMe drive slots, or they're going to have a 4th and or 5th one that borrow lanes from the GPU. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if you run a 4th NVMe, the GPU will run at X8. So this would be like X8, X4, X4, something like this. That way you have your 4th NVMe, and you also have the option for an X4 PCIe slot. So you have like an open PCIe X4 5.0. So, or whatever they want to do. So the GPU would run at X8, the 4th NVMe would take 4 lanes, and then you have the remaining 4 lanes would be for an open X4 slot at the bottom of the motherboard. And that's what it would be. This is what I expect a typical X870 motherboard to feature. Now remember, this is not X870E. This is X870. We have not even talked about X870E yet. X870E solves the problem of lane sharing. What's happening here, because not a lot of people like this. This is one of the reasons why people will go to Threadripper to avoid this, or they will go to X870E to avoid these scenarios. Or if they want RAID or something, they're gonna need more lanes. They don't want these splitters for their SATA drives. So, that would require the higher end chipset. The Asus B650E doesn't have the full 2 8-pin connectors. The VRM doesn't even matter because the Zen CPUs don't even use that much power. 7950X overclocked only. Yeah, I know. It doesn't really need that much. Typically, one of the EPS 12 volts is for the CPU. The other one is actually for all the stuff that goes to the motherboard and the CPU. It's like supplemental power plus it powers the stuff on the board. So that's typically how it works. So, but this is your typical X870 motherboard. This is what I expect a lot of the motherboards to look like when they come out. So you have essentially put up to 3 Gen 5 NVMe drives, and then you have a 4th Gen 4 NVMe drive. if they want to do that. Now, technically, they could also do like a switch and have like a 5th NVMe on there, or this as an optional. So it depends on how the motherboard manufacturer wants to design the motherboard. That's up to them. However, depending on how much features and complexity they add, that is going to raise the price of the motherboard. So that's the reason why I have a feeling that these the X870 motherboards, the ones like we're looking at right here, this is typically going to run you like $350. I would say anywhere from like $300 to $350, upwards almost to $400. I don't think we're going to see a lot of these over $400 though. No. I think the X870 is going to max out around $400. There shouldn't be any motherboard that has what I've drawn on the board here more than $400. This is kind of that's the upper price for an X870. Now, X870E is a completely different story because X870E adds another Prom 21 chipset. So when it comes to X870E, so now let's look at X870E. Now, what do I want to do here? Do I want to just keep this, or do I want to like... Let's remove this splitter stuff. Well, okay, what I'll do, I'm just going to turn this into an X870E by essentially splitting it, or like taking this and like moving it down, I guess. Oh, but now it's not. Hold on. How do I do this? Let's make this larger. Just to make this, essentially all we need to do is add the chipset in the middle. All your downstream stays the... Well, yeah, all the downstream stays the same. Basically, what ends up happening is we're just going to put this over here. And here. I need to cap this. Cap this. And then I deleted something by mistake. Oh, the GPU got deleted. The GPU line got... that's okay. I can always just redo it. Okay, we'll just redraw that line. So basically, with X870E, so now we're going to do the E. So now that this doesn't apply. This is no longer true. So now we're going to look at X870E. Ignore this part right here. This is not true. So X870E. X870E, everything that we've drawn on the second chipset stays potentially the same. Now, some things can change. Like the ASM splitters for the SATA, that can go away. That's not needed. It could stay there if they want to add more PCI connectivity in the middle. But typically, for what's going to go in here, you basically have another chipset in the middle with the same connect to the CPU and the same downstream connection to the other chipset. This is, again, another Prom 21. So this is another B650. There. So B650. Now we got two B650s. So an X870E is two B650s in series. So now, here, we have two more things. It adds more stuff. It expands to add PCI 4.0 X4 and PCIe 3.0 X4. So now you get 8 more lanes total. You get 4 PCI 4.0 lanes and 4 PCI 3.0 lanes, in addition to the 8 PCI 4 down here and the 4 PCI 3.0 over here. So assuming all this stuff here stays the same, what can actually change? So what they can do is now this can become an NVMe. because that takes 4 lanes. So guess what? That SSD literally gobbled up all of those PCI 4 lanes. So now you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 4 Gen 5, no lane sharing, no stealing lanes from the graphics card. It solves that problem. In addition to that, we can run we can run SATA off of PCI 3.0 natively, so you can do things like RAID 0, RAID 1, RAID 5. Well, I don't know about RAID 5, but you can RAID 0, RAID 1 on SATA. If anybody actually cares, you could do that with the PCI 3.0. But what I think they could also do, if they want to keep this simple and just put the ASMs there and do like 4 SATA down here, they could do 8 SATA. They could do 8 SATA if they wanted. They could do 6 SATA. A lot of people do 6 SATA. They could do interesting things like... This is the reason why X870E is actually the most fascinating. Like X670E and X870E are the better... there's a reason why the saying, you get what you pay for, exists. Because with this more higher end chipset, by adding a second chipset, you open the door for things like 10 gigabit Ethernet. 10 gigabit Ethernet requires 2 lanes of PCI 3.0. So now they still have 2 more lanes available. So they could do, 2 more SATA and claim they support RAID, or they could do 4 more SATA using as media splitters to take those 2 lanes, or what they could even do, if they wanted to get really fancy, they could do, I'm trying to think, what's something cool they could do with this? They could do, without adding more SATA, they could add an X2 open slot. They could do open PCIe. PCIe 3.0 X2 open slot. Open slot. They could do that. So you could get an open slot. Now, the weird thing, so what I think is we're gonna see, there'll be stuff like this at the bottom of the board. But they could also do like no 10 gig. This is where you can get very creative. If you're a motherboard designer, you could go crazy. You could do open slot PCIe 4. or 3.0 X4. You could do open slot, expansion slot. You could just do an expansion slot. We'll just get rid of the 3.0. So what is this useful for? This is good for 4K capture cards. If you want to live stream PS5 or PS5 Pro, for example, this is how you would do it. You would need a 4-lane slot. So that's one example. So I think this could be a good option for most motherboard manufacturers. I think this is a good option. They could do a 5th NVMe if they wanted. They could put splitters and options here for either or. I'm not a fan of that, but they could do that. I think a lot of people will do either X16 or X8, meaning they're going to have like a split, and they'll have like 2 PCIe. They'll have like PCI for the GPU, and they'll have like another. You know how like a lot of SLI and Crossfire motherboards in the past, they had those 2 X8 slots, or like the top one will be like X16, the second one will be X8. If you populate the X8, then your GPU runs that X8 on the top slot. So I can see a lot of these higher end X870E motherboards doing something like that, and then leaving an open slot if they want 10 gig networking, or they could do 10 gig networking. And then give you an X2 or dual X1. There's a lot of different, what I'm saying is there's a lot of different capability. There's a lot of creativity and customizability with the dual chipset that you can't really do with the X870. That's the reason why I think X870E is going to be a lot more interesting in terms of what you're going to be able to see. So in terms of like reviewing a motherboard, there's going to be a lot of stuff to take into account when reviewing an X870E because it has a lot of different options. No, I wouldn't say that. They're going to, the RGB is just kind of there, right? Like that doesn't really matter. The thing is, like, how do you differentiate a $600 motherboard from a $500 motherboard or a $1,000 motherboard from a $700 motherboard? Those are the sort of things that they're going to run wild with customizing with these dual chipsets. So, yeah, that's pretty much it in terms of what you can expect from X870E and X870 motherboards. It doesn't matter. Most internet connections don't go above 2. Yeah, but you know, like there's some people that are still gonna want like that 10 gig connection. And the truth is, like, you can literally just buy a 10 gig and stick it on this, so that shouldn't be a problem. But I think those premium boards, the premium motherboards. So let's think about this. Like, what's a way? Well, really, what I think a lot of the really expensive motherboards are gonna do is they're going to take lanes from the GPU. They're going to have to, because they're going to do stuff like what I did in the other one, where they're going to have like an X8, X8, X4, and they're going to have to do like one of the NVMEs is going to have to hang off of this so they can get, you know, either more SATA, or they're going to do 10 gig networking. Because what they could probably do, like, here, let's just change some of this stuff. What is this? Get rid of? Yeah, let's get rid of that NVMe. So, like, what they could do here is they could do... Okay, I got an idea. So for the GPU thing, they can split this. They'll basically split this, and it would be like... it would be X16, but it would be like X8, X8, X4. So, and then it would be like you'd have the GPU, you'd have the X8 slot, and then you'd have an NVMe. So you'd have an NVMe hanging off of the GPU, just like on the Intel boards. So this way, you would have 1, 2, 3 Gen 5 NVMe drives, and then you'd have like a single Gen 4 NVMe. You know, like that's 4 NVMe. And then what they could do is down here, they could offer PCIe X4 open slot. And then what they could do here is they could do X2 10 gig. And then they could do X2 either open PCIe X2 or like USB 20 gigabit or some, you know, like, or some such. They could, like MSI, the Meg Ace has something like this already. So something like that they could do. You know, whatever. Actually, 20 gigabit USB, I don't know if that's going to work with 2 lanes, so maybe not that. Maybe not that, but you get what I'm saying. Like, they could put, like, PCIe lanes. They could do 2 separate SATA. So they could do, like, instead of X2, you could do, like, you know, SATA. You could put either ASM split, or you could do SATA native. And that would be like RAID capable SATA, but that'd be kind of lame because, like, why are you gonna RAID 2? You know what I'm saying? But whatever. Like, they have lots of options. The point that I'm making is they have lots and lots of options for X870E. They have way more flexibility with how they design the motherboard versus X870. X870E, that E makes a big difference. What matters is what most people use. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. The thing is, that's what I'm telling you guys. Like, this chipset is going to be for the creators, the people who want to build like a workstation, but they don't want to pay for like Threadripper because it's super expensive, you know. And they're willing to compromise on lane sharing, for example, in some certain scenarios. So I think this is gonna be the more premium. Like this is where you're gonna see your 10 gig motherboards. This is where you're gonna see your RAID capable SATA, because I don't think you're gonna see RAID on X870. Your open slots, you're gonna see those. You know, you're not really seeing those with the X870. Yeah. And then, you know, you're still getting USB 4, dual USB 4. So it's, yeah. The T700 and the T75 seem to be favorite. What are we talking about? To get 10 gig, you have to buy the Hero Extreme. Asus put a paywall. That's not the only 10 gig motherboard, though. The MSI Meg has 10 gigabit. There's a lot, actually. The Gigabyte Aorus Extreme has 10 gigabit. So there's more than just one motherboard today. So let's actually, now that we've talked about the chipset, let's actually look at some of the existing motherboards. So speaking of Asus Crosshair Hero, this motherboard already has USB 4. It already had, well, it doesn't have 10 gigabit. The Extreme has 10 gigabit. But if we look at this, tech specs for the Asus Crosshair, maximum memory, 192 gigabytes DDR5. And notice they're claiming 8,000 plus OC. So dual channel, all that good stuff. Expo, 1 HDMI, 2 USB 4. And this is on an X670E. This isn't even X870. Ryzen 7000, Ryzen 8000, and then soon Ryzen 9000. 2 PCI 5.0 X16. Notice it says X16 for the top. As soon as you plug in something into the second, the top drops to X8 and the second is X8. So there you go. And then it also has an asterisk. Here we go. Lane sharing. When the PCI 5.0 M.2 card is installed on the second slot, the first slot will run X8. Well, that's basically explaining the definition of this. 2 PCI 4.0. Okay, this is just if you have 8700G or something. And then you have a single X1 4.0 at the bottom. So that goes back to my diagram that I drew earlier. Some of them will give you open slots like this. Yeah, you can. The add-in card that comes with it goes in the second slot. The add-in card, it goes right here. In this. It doesn't go down there. That's not correct. It goes here. This is an X1. This is an X8. The add-in card they give you is I believe it's an X8. It can support 2 drives. Bifurcation. I have a video on how to do that, by the way. I show how to do that for an X16 and enable bifurcation in the BIOS on a Threadripper motherboard. Okay, so M.2_1, that's going to be Gen 5. M.2_2, that's also going to be Gen 5. So basically, these 2 slots are these. This is M.2_1. This is M.2_2. But in the case of the Crosshair Hero, I think actually I have that wrong. This is M.2_1. This shared one is M.2_2 on the Crosshair Hero. If this, in fact, is the Crosshair Hero. Okay, then... what is this? PCI M.2 M key via this card type supports. Okay, that I think is, what is that? That's the, oh, that's the add-in card. Okay, all right. AMD X670 chipset. M.2_3 supports 4.0. M.2_4 supports 4.0. So these are the other ones. Those are the ones off the chipset, as it says. So that means going back to the diagram, those are actually this and this, but they've wired an M.2 here. That's what that means. So wait a minute. That indicates to me that... Okay, I see what they're doing. Yeah, because Asus, the Crosshair Hero doesn't have an open X4. So this is actually an NVMe slot. This is M.2_3, and this is M.2_4 on the Crosshair Hero. See, so what I'm showing you guys is my diagram can be used to map out any of these motherboards. So all of the logic still applies. And this is where it comes into the customization, like the design of the motherboard. They chose to put an NVMe here when they could have left that as an open slot. This is why understanding the chipset determines what you can and cannot do with the motherboard. 6 SATA. 6 SATA. And then they say AMD RAID Expert 2 supports both this. Okay, that means that every single one of these SATA ports are using an individual lane. There's no as media splitter, which means they're literally using 6 of the PCI 3.0 lanes to pull this off, which means they only have 2 more lanes of Gen 3, which means one of those lanes goes to the Wi-Fi and the other lane goes to the 2.5 NIC. See, and sure enough, here we go, 2.5 gigabit Ethernet, and then they have a Wi-Fi 6E. See, so that this is one lane of Gen 3, and this is another lane of Gen 3. So, and then the Bluetooth shares with the Wi-Fi. Okay, and then the rear, 2 USB 4 ports with Intel, just like I said earlier, Intel to the rescue for the AM5 launch 2 years ago. Intel JHL 8540 coming in clutch with that USB 4 because as media wasn't ready. So there we go. You got 40 gigabit USB-C, dual 40 gigabit USB-C on the back of this motherboard via the Intel Thunderbolt 4 controller. All right, then you got one USB 2.2 or 3.2 Gen 2 by 2. That means this is a 20 gigabit USB-C. Then you have 9. Okay, so basically this is all the USB ports, whatever. Okay, so that's basically it. See? So this is a very nice motherboard overall. It's an expensive motherboard, see? And I expect that the X870E is going to be priced similarly. They're not going to be cheaper than these. Now, there will be ones that are cheaper, but this is one example. So this is a good one if you like standard ATX, but it's very expensive for an ATX motherboard. So now let's look at another one. X670E Tai Chi. This is the ASRock flagship motherboard. So this comes with some very serious active cooling for NVMe Gen 5. So you can see that there. This one also. So this one, let's look at the specifications here. So PCI, do they have like, okay, let's just read from the lanes. So the same thing, 192 gigs of RAM, blah, blah, blah. Okay, nothing different. So here we go. Graphics, integrated AMD RDNA on the CPU. You can drive one monitor via HDMI 2.1 on the back of the motherboard, as well as 2 additional motherboards via USB 4 via the Intel JHL 8540. The same exact Thunderbolt 4 chipset in that crosshair is also featured in this X670E Tai Chi. And what they have done, I think just like with Asus, I think Asus has done this. We can confirm that real quick. But what they have done is they allow you, ASRock, what they did is they took the display out capability from the DP input from the Thunderbolt, and they soldered the trace from the LGA socket directly to the 40 USB port, which means you can do triple monitors. This motherboard supports triple monitors off of the integrated graphics. You can do one monitor off of the HDMI, and then you can do two more monitors, one each, off of the Thunderbolt ports, aka the USB 4 ports. That is another thing that these USB 4 ports will add, the ability to drive a monitor for your integrated graphics. So that is something that they have done here for the Tai Chi. So this one has 2, 4, 6, 8 USB Type A, and then dual USB 4 on the back. And then we have one lane for 2.5, one lane for 1 gig Killer E 3100, and then one lane for Wi-Fi 6E. So that's 3 lanes of what, Gen 3, I believe. And then you have, okay, just like with the Crosshair, it has the X16 or the X8, X8. And then it has one blazing M.2. Blazing is ASRock's marketing term for PCI Gen 5 storage. So if you want to know what blazing means, blazing is ASRock's language for PCI Gen 5 storage. So for example, to give you guys an example, this is a Crucial 2 terabyte T700 PCI Gen 5. This is this earlier, or I guess, was it last year? I think, was it late last year? I can't even remember anymore. I think it was last year. Yeah, last year, this was the world's fastest PCIe Gen 5 SSD. It was the fastest in the world. And this is what I'm using in this very computer right now at Gen 5 speeds. And we're going to go over my motherboard soon. But this was, now there's an even faster one. I think it's like the T705 or something. But anyway, this was one of the fastest. So this is what ASRock would classify as a blazing M.2. This is a blazing M.2. By comparison, down here on the chipset, they say one Hyper M.2. Hyper M.2. Hyper means PCIe Gen 4. This is a TN470 from Inland. This is Micro Center's 2 terabyte, you know, like the speeds on this one. Read speed 7300, write speed 6400. This is a Gen 4 SSD. So this is considered a Hyper M.2. So if I was going to install these two SSDs, I would put my Crucial T700 in the direct CPU connected blazing slot, and then I would put my TN7 or 470 in the Hyper slot. So just to give you guys an idea. So that's what they mean by blazing and Hyper. Yeah, this other one was like 12. It'll focus 12,400 megabytes per second. So 12.4 gigabytes per second on this Crucial T700. So it's a pretty fast SSD. And then notice how they've got ASMedia. There it is, 1061. ASM 1061 are the splitters. Now, here's what I'm going to show you guys. So the cool thing about ASRock, one of the reasons why I like ASRock's ASRock motherboards, because ASRock motherboards do an excellent job when it comes to the manual. This is probably going to blind people because this is probably going to be super bright. What I really like about ASRock is that they give you all the details. In fact, they give you probably too many details. So you got M.2. This is the blazing. Then you have the one over by the RAM over here. That's vertical. That's Hyper. I think Hyper, or is that blazing? I forget. And then Hyper and Hyper. So you got 4 M.2. And then see how they even show you the AMD dual chipsets. Now, they're just putting that to not confuse people. They have Dr. Debug, which means that it has the postcode debug LED. They show you where the CMOS battery is. And the other thing, too, is they even say TB_1, TB_2, so that's basically Thunderbolt. But what's cool about them is they actually give you all the secrets. They actually reveal, if I can figure out how to rotate this. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show. They actually show what I draw in Paint, like in their manual. So for example, if we look here, here we go. Here's the DDR, channel A, channel B. Check this out. HDMI, display port out to HDMI. So they have one display out. The first display out from the integrated graphics goes to the HDMI port. So then, notice over here on the right. Notice what they did. They took Intel USB 4 controller Maple Ridge. This is the Thunderbolt 4. They wired the second display out and the third display out into the controller. That way, the user can use triple monitors off of this motherboard, off of integrated graphics. LGA 1718. See, I was right. Android 17, Android 18. Okay, then they're doing some interesting stuff with a switch here. But notice there's ASM, As Media 1061. These are splitters for SATA. This takes one Gen 3 lane and it turns it into dual SATA. So you can drive two SATA ports off of a single Gen 3 lane off of this As Media chip here. They got two of those. There's a switch. They're doing some really weird stuff here to support SATA off of an M.2. So if you have one of those older SATA-based M.2s, this motherboard does support that. Not a lot of modern motherboards support that, so it's interesting that they have that. They also show the USB, whether or not the USB is front panel connector or if it's directly on the back. They also tell you which one is the BIOS flashback port. They actually do that. No one else does it except ASRock. And they tell you which one it's wired to, if it's a 5 gigabit or a 10 gigabit or a 20 gigabit. I like how they go into the detail. And then they show you like the Wi-Fi, the Intel NIC, all that stuff. And then the second chipset. Here's more SATA. This stuff supports RAID. And then they have the third and the fourth M.2. Those are Gen 4. This one's Gen 4 also. So the weird thing about this board, the one thing that's kind of weird is they chose to wire the Intel USB 4 controller directly to the AMD socket instead of going through the chipset. I'm not sure why they chose to do that, because Asus didn't do that on the Crosshair Hero. Asus put the Intel controller down here on the chipset, and they still wired the display to the USB 4 on the Asus. Because as far as I know, on Asus, you can do, let me make sure, but I'm pretty sure if they would show it, do they not show the side of the board? I want to see like the I/O. Okay, yeah. See, Asus has dual. Okay, Asus did something kind of different. So what Asus did, Asus does not publish their block diagrams, so we can't compare it directly the way we can do with ASRock. But Asus took one of the Intel Thunderbolt ports and they wired a monitor to it, or to the display on the integrated graphics. So you can do triple monitor on a Crosshair Hero. One will be on HDMI, one will be on a 40 gig USB 4, and then the third one is actually on one of the 10 gig USB-C ports. So they went and did it differently. So that's how they did it on the Crosshair Hero. But overall, I would say these boards are kind of similar in terms of capability. The only difference is the Crosshair is like $650, and the Tai Chi The Tai Chi is typically under $500. So it's like way cheaper. This is also an EATX motherboard, whereas the Crosshair is a standard ATX motherboard. So that's just something to be aware of. They're both good if you need USB 4 though. They both have the full USB 4 implementation. Alright, then it's Steel Legend. Alright, let's look at another one here. And then we're probably going to do one more after this, and then we're probably going to end the stream. So, this is the motherboard that we're streaming on right now. For those that don't know, I am using an X670E Aorus Master. So, I am very familiar with this motherboard, because I've been using it for almost 2 years now, since day one of the Zen 4 launch. And this motherboard, there's a reason why in one of my videos I said this is an S-tier motherboard. So this motherboard is very good. This motherboard essentially has everything that those two motherboards have, except it does not give you USB 4 straight up. What it does instead is it gives you the option to add USB 4 if you want it. So, like if you wanted USB 4, you could add it via the Gigabyte Thunderbolt add-in card. And that's supported. Like the Titan Ridge card would work. The Maple Ridge card will also work, but it is not officially supported by Gigabyte. I have a video showing how to add USB 4 to this very motherboard. So the point that I'm making is, sometimes if you really want USB 4, it will be better to get the Crosshair Hero or the ASRock Tai Chi. If you don't need USB 4, I personally think the Gigabyte Aorus Master is the smarter choice, because this motherboard is much cheaper than the Crosshair Hero. This is typically a $500 motherboard, although now, currently, I think Micro Center has this motherboard for like $379. So it is significantly cheaper right now compared to the other options, while also offering like very, very good value in terms of it has the postcode like the other two. It has the ability to add USB 4, but it doesn't force you into USB 4. So if you don't want USB 4, it gives you back 4 more PCIe lanes. So it was on Amazon for $339 for a while. Yeah, that's a very good deal, because this motherboard is probably one of the best AM5 motherboards from the original launch. So it has a very fat heatsink. So you guys, I just showed earlier the Crucial T700. This is installed under that very thick heatsink in the top slot there. Then I have 3 more SSDs, all like under this big heavy plate. So I did a build video a while back. We will be doing a live stream video. In fact, what I plan to do when I get Zen 5, this is the motherboard that Zen 5 is going to go into. So all of my review content, all of my like walkthrough videos, how to build a Zen 5 PC, it's all going to feature this motherboard. So this is the one where it's all going to be focused on. The only other one that I could probably do is the X670 Aorus Elite AX, because that's another motherboard that I have. That one currently is using an a 7800X3D. So I'd have to dismantle the 7800X3D gaming PC to do that. Well, we'll see. I don't know yet. But this one, I can tell you guys, I've been very happy with this motherboard overall. So really, really good. This motherboard is pretty close to B650E. Yeah, this is like a B650E, only this is a dual chipset motherboard. Yeah. And this one doesn't have any of the lane sharing, so it has like the super thick heatsink and stuff. So the actually, it's interesting you bring that up. So the B650E Master, it's kind of being replaced by this new motherboard called Gigabyte Elegant All White, the B650E Aorus Stealth Ice. So this is one of those BTF. This is one of the BTF motherboards with backside connector design. So you guys may have seen during Computex, they were showing off motherboards that had all the connectors on the back. So notice how the motherboard doesn't show any of the connectors on the front. That's because they're all on the back. Now, I don't think there's a picture. Is there a picture of the back? So they don't have a picture of the back, strangely enough. That's weird. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. So this is something that could be more relevant in the future. Now, the reason why this isn't really going to see much adoption in the immediate near term is because a lot of the cases don't support this type of form factor. So if you want to use BTF motherboards, you're going to need a specific case that supports this. And as far as I know, I think only Asus has like one case or something that supports this form factor. But this could be the future of motherboard design. You know, moving the connectors on the back. And it makes a lot of sense because with the connectors on the back, not only does it make for a cleaner looking build, it also opens the door to add more NVMe on the front. You know what I mean? So you could put like NVMe here, you could put NVMe on the corners, you could put NVMe like all up here in the middle, so on the lower half of the board. So yeah, I think we're going to see some more of this with X870 and X870E in the future. But I think for current generation, this is pretty much the pinnacle. I think if you're someone who is looking for a super high-end board, if you can get one of these for like $379 or less, man, this is like probably the best motherboard. This is straight up S tier for the Zen 4 motherboards, as far as I'm concerned. So let's take a look at the let's look at the manual real quick, and then we'll move on. So Gigabyte, similar to ASRock. So they show you everything. So notice that they have THB_U4. This is the Thunderbolt and USB 4 header. If you want to add USB 4, you can totally do that. I have a video on the channel showing how to do that. But anyway, you got your Gen 5, you have Gen 5, Gen 4, Gen 4 in terms of the NVMe. They're all lined up, dual chipset, the CMOS, you get the clear CMOS, all that stuff over there. And then here is the actual diagram. See, just like how I draw my diagrams. So PCI 4.0 bus down here on the second chipset. You have an open X4. You have the fourth M.2. Here's the third M.2. So you have Gen 5, Gen 5, Gen 4, Gen 4. No lanes stolen. The GPU basically gets all of its 16 lanes. There's no stealing lanes from the GPU. And then you get an open X4. This is perfect if you want to add USB 4. You would plug the card into this second slot. And then you have a Gen 3 bus over here with Wi-Fi, 2.5 gig LAN, 2 more SATA for a total of 6 SATA, or an open X2 slot. And people might ask, well, what do you do with this PCI Express X2 3.0 bus? Well, you add 10 gigabit networking. I have a video showing when you put a 10 gigabit LAN card in an X2 slot that has 3.0 bandwidth, you get full 10 gigabit speed. So we even do a speed comparison test that shows that you're getting the full throughput. Because a lot of motherboards that include 10 gigabit, they literally solder the NIC to 2 lanes of 3.0 bus. That's how they're doing it. So this is perfect for adding 10 gigabit. So the reason why I'm a big fan of the Aorus Master is because the Aorus Master doesn't force you into USB 4. It doesn't force you into 10 gigabit LAN. But if you need 10 gigabit LAN, it's very easy to add it. If you need USB 4, it's very easy to add it. If you don't want those things, if you want an internal 4K capture card for your PlayStation 5, like I have mine, you would put a capture card in that X4 slot, which is exactly what I've done. So, you know, that's how you guys are seeing me able to live stream PS5 games because of the capture card. So as far as I'm concerned, all my PS5 games are treated just like the Steam games. They're literally played through the PC. So this is the reason why I really like the Aorus Master, and this is why I consider this an S tier. In terms of the tier list, this is probably one of the best motherboards. It can also easily run 8,000 megatransfers DDR5. In fact, this is one of the motherboards that I was running 192 gigs of RAM at like DDR5 6000. Now, it's not easy to do that, and you have to really understand how to overclock DDR5 to be able to do something like that, but it can do it. So, very, very good motherboard overall. Probably one of the best. But I really like the flexibility that the Aorus Master offers. It doesn't shoehorn you in to a certain technology if you don't need that technology. So, very, very good motherboard. Also, the last thing I'll say about it, Gigabyte was very smart when it came to thinking about the future of graphics cards. So, for example, the slots. Notice how Gigabyte placed the two slots here down at the bottom nicely, so that you can literally fit a super thick RTX 4090 quad slot or a giant 7900 XTX Sapphire Nitro, like I actually have connected right here, and still easily use the second and third PCIe slots. No problem. So very, very good placement. I feel like this motherboard, plus it has the quick disconnect button to detach the GPU. So it basically has like all the practical things you need. It has the postcode debug. You know, like it's got everything, really. So really, really good motherboard. So this is the one that you guys will be seeing in the near future for the Zen 5 content. And this is the motherboard that I live stream on. So yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Like, I'm going to have to use a different PC to live stream the build if you guys are going to watch me build this PC live. That's going to be something I haven't really thought about now. You haven't tried above 6200? It's easy. You go to Gear 2 mode. All right, and the final one, which is probably one of the best motherboards, although it is more expensive than the Gigabyte Aorus Master. This motherboard is probably the pinnacle of Zen 4's AM5 launch. Like this one alongside with Asus's Republic of Gamers X670E Extreme. This motherboard at $700, this motherboard was the better value again versus that Asus Extreme. But this one is very unique because the MSI Meg Ace offers Gen 5 literally everywhere. Even the bottom PCIe slot is Gen 5. So this motherboard will be relevant for a very long time, meaning somebody could have bought this motherboard with Zen 4 in 2022, and they can use this motherboard all the way until the very last Ryzen CPU that supports the AM5 socket. Because it has PCI Gen 5 for days, for years. It has so much PCI Gen 5. It has lots of Gen 5 SSD capabilities. All of the PCIe slots are Gen 5 natively. There's no weird splitters. There's no weird stuff like that. Except for there's like a 20 gigabit USB on the back that I think shares the lanes with the bottom PCI slot. But other than that, 6 SATA, full RAID capability. It's like balls to the walls, fully loaded. The Ace, I'll be honest with you guys, when I was first going to get the Zen 4 CPU, this was my top pick. The Meg Ace was the motherboard that I wanted to get, but I think RK beat me to it on launch day, and I was not able to get it because they were sold out at the local Micro Center, and that's the reason how I ended up with the Aorus Master instead, because this was my backup plan. This was literally my backup plan. It was like, if I can't get the Ace on launch day, I'm going to go get the Master. So that's what I ended up getting with. But thankfully, the Master turned out to be an excellent board. Like the one thing that the Meg Ace has that the Aorus Master doesn't have built in is 10 gigabit LAN. The Meg Ace has the 10 gigabit built in, just like the the extreme. So if we look here, and this will be the last one that we go over before we end the stream, but if we look at the manual, so they do have the block diagram, but it's in a kind of a weird spot. It's like at the very, very bottom, I think. Somewhere down here. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so they also reveal the block diagram. So PCI Gen 5 for the top 16, the X8 split slot, the bottom slot shares with a 20 gig, but that's basically all Gen 5. Then you have a Quantia 10 gigabit LAN. That's going to take 2 lanes of Gen 3, typically. Then you have an M.2, so you got one, where is it? One Gen 5 M.2 up here, wired directly to the CPU. Then you have another Gen 4 down here. Then you have, where is it? One, two. Oh, here it is. 3 and 4. Okay, so you got 3 and 4 down here. So that's taking up, those two together take up 8 lanes. And then you have Wi-Fi, that's 1 lane. You have an as media for like a bunch of USB, so no one cares. And then you have more USB, no one cares. So much USB. And then you have 2 SATA that supports RAID. You have 2 SATA that does not support RAID because, oh, look, as media, everybody's favorite chipset manufacturer. As media, again, with their 1061 splitter. So you can do 2 SATA off of 1 PCIe 3.0. So that these two don't support RAID. These two do support RAID. And then these two do support RAID. So what's funny is they all have these different labels. So notice how MSI did their labeling. SATA P3, P4. So P3, P4, this, I think the P means primary, which means these two are connected to the primary chipset. Then you have S3, S4. S, secondary, they're connected to the secondary chipset. So that way, it's easy for a builder or someone who's building the PC to understand, okay, if I connect to P3, that means my hard drive is going to connect to the first chipset. If I connect to S3, it's connecting to the second chipset. And then you have A1, A2, which they do go to the second chipset, but the reason why they say A1, A2 is because they're connected to the as media chipset, which means these two don't support RAID 0. These are the sort of things that I bet nobody reads. Then when they try to RAID their A1 drive with their S4 drive and the RAID doesn't work and they don't understand why, they go and troubleshoot it and they can't figure it out. They go and call up like MSI support. And MSI's like, okay, that doesn't support it. It's in the manual because it's ASM 1061. See, those are the sort of things that if you simply look at the manual, you'd be surprised. It actually has all the answers. So, and then they have, interestingly enough, they installed the onboard audio to the chipset instead of the CPU. Most motherboards I've looked at, they wire this directly to the CPU. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. So you get 4 SATA, or you get 6 SATA, 4 support RAID, 2 don't, and you get 4 M.2, 3 of them are Gen 4, 1 of them is Gen 5. However, they also include the Aero expander, wherever that is. This thing. They include the Aero expander, which adds another, I think it adds 2, if I'm not mistaken. This adds up to 2 more, or maybe it's 1 more, I forget. Either way, you get to add 1 or 2 more Gen 5 because this plugs into a Gen 5 slot, regardless of whether it's in the second or the third one. So that's another thing. So technically, I think it does like 2 or 3 Gen 5 and 3 Gen 4. So it's either 5 or 6 SSDs on this motherboard, just out of the box. So that's the reason why this motherboard is actually really nice. It's also decked out with lots of like USB 2, 4, 6, 8 Type A plus 3 Type C, one of which is 20 gig, or two of them I think is 20 gig or something. And then they also wired the monitor to one of the USB. So, and then they have that smart button on the back too, in addition to clear CMOS and flashback. So this one is actually pretty well loaded, and it's got 10 gigabit LAN on it as well. So very, very nice kind of production workstation motherboard. If someone wanted to build like a super high-end build. So yeah, that was my top pick when I was going to upgrade to Zen 4 back in 2022, but unfortunately I couldn't get the board, and then they kept on like never having it in stocks, and I had already gotten the Aorus Master, so I was like, yeah, whatever, we'll just use Aorus Master. But yeah, that's basically it for the motherboards. So if you are planning on getting Zen 5, if you're already on AM5 today, it's super easy. You literally update the BIOS. And the way you do that is you literally go to the website and you download the latest BIOS. MSI literally put that BIOS up today that literally adds curve shaper, curve optimizer for Ryzen 9000 series. So they're all ready to go. But if it's someone doing a new build, I'm probably going to have to make a video on like everything you need to know about the Zen 5 launch or the Ryzen 9000 launch. Because I think people need to be warned well in advance about the whole like BIOS update requirement. Because that's pretty much required at this point. So anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this stream. Let's see. We're about 2 weeks out from the Zen 5 launch. Change the file name to gigabyte.bin. No, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. If you're doing BIOS flashback, I think the way it works on Gigabyte is it has the instructions down here or something. Somewhere in here, I guess it says it. But no, you don't have to change the file name if you're updating the BIOS from within the actual UEFI. You don't need to. You only need to rename the file if you're using BIOS flashback, and the instructions depend on the type of motherboard you're using. But if you're simply updating from within the BIOS itself, like I normally go into the BIOS, I almost never use BIOS flashback. So I myself would have to look up how to do BIOS flashback, because I haven't done BIOS flashback probably in like 5 or 6 years, to be honest. So the way I've always done the BIOS updates, I literally did one last week, was I download the file, like this one right here. I downloaded this last week, this is July 5th. I put it in a thumb drive that is only like 1 gigabyte thumb drive. So it's like some really old thumb drive. I plug it into the computer, or I leave it in the computer. I restart the computer, mash delete. It gets me in the BIOS. I go to the BIOS tool within the BIOS, and I update from within the BIOS. I don't actually use BIOS flashback, but I might have to make a video on how to do BIOS flashback now that I think about it. Because that's going to be like the only way to do it if you are literally buying Zen 5 day one. And you're not someone like me who already has like a whole bunch of AM5 Zen 4 CPUs just readily available. So, yeah, but you don't have to change the file name unless you're doing BIOS flashback. I never change the file name. I never change the file name. And I've updated like 5 different computers over the last like 2 years. So, all right, guys. I may have to do a video. I have a video how to update the BIOS on an ASRock board. I literally show the procedure how to do that. That's how to do it from within the tool, though. But BIOS flashback is different. So anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this stream. We're 2 weeks out from Zen 5 launch. I don't know what we're going to talk about next week besides like almost regurgitating the exact same info again. There's no new motherboards launching, so there's really like nothing I can do. I was planning to do content on new motherboards, but there's like no new motherboards. So it's probably going to be motherboard content and preparing for Zen 5, that kind of thing. But other than that, I'll see you guys next week. on the same time on Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I'll see you next time. Bye.